Good evening and welcome to tonight's council meeting. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the members of the public joining us in the gallery, but also those that are joining us via the live stream. It's good to have you with us today. Just some ground rules for you. As part of our commitment to respectful and constructive civic engagement, I'd just like to ask everyone to maintain appropriate behaviour throughout the meeting. This includes things like refraining from interruptions, speaking only when invited, treating everyone, whether it's councillors, council officers, fellow community members, with the courtesy and respect. That way we can focus on the matters that are at hand. If you are asking a question during public participation, please just make sure it's clear, it's concise and relates to council business. As the meeting is being live streamed and recorded, please just be mindful that your comments and behaviours are shared publicly. Additionally, I just want to thank you for your cooperation and for contributing to a positive and productive meeting environment. To begin our meeting, I'd like to ask for those in attendance to stand if you're able for our acknowledgement of country and opening statements. And unfortunately, due to injury, I'll be remaining seated, so my apologies. We acknowledge that the city of Greater Bendigo is on the Dja Dja Wurrung and Taungurung country. We would like to acknowledge and extend our appreciation to the Dja Dja Wurrung people, the traditional owners of the land that we are standing on today. Today we pay respects to our leaders and elders past, present and future, for they hold the memories and the traditions, the culture and the hopes of all Dja Dja Wurrung people. We express our gratitude in the sharing of this land, our sorrow for the personal, spiritual and cultural costs of that sharing, and our hope that we may walk forward together in harmony and in the spirit of healing. We recognise the wisdom and the leadership of the Dja Dja Wurrung people in language. Ban Jak Bnuk Bunjel Dja Dja Wurrung. Welam Tale Talungulak Rumbu Bunjel. We will speak words of truth and listen to your wisdom. We honour the wisdom of the Dja Dja Wurrung. In this place, we will put aside all our personal interests and bias. We will use the authority entrusted to us to enable us to provide good and fair government for the citizens of Greater Bendigo. Please be seated. Noting that there are noting our attendance and there's no apologies and leaves of absence, we'll move on to our public question time, and I'll hand over to Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. Council allows up to 30 minutes for question time on any matter except for specific planning items or anything that is defamatory, otherwise inappropriate or outside the scope of Council. If you have a question about a routine or operational Council request, you should instead make a request through our customer request system. Anyone wanting to have a question answered is encouraged to lodge it via our website prior to the meeting to allow a more detailed response to be provided to you. Pre-registered questions will also take priority. We have 4 pre-registered questions tonight, following which I will invite any other members of the gallery present to pose a question if they wish, noting that we request that you provide your name, suburb and ask your question without any preamble. We'll do our best to provide a response tonight, but might have to take questions on notice, in which case please ensure you leave your contact details with the governance officer at the end desk, so a response can be provided to you. There are some slips where the microphone is there to record your details, if that makes it easier for you. Public question time is not a requirement of Council under the Local Government Act. This Council has enabled it under the governance rules adopted by Council to ensure greater public transparency and accountability. The Council asks that the opportunity to ask a question of Council in this form is treated respectfully and within these rules. The first question tonight is from Dave of Longallee on the subject of footpath construction priority in Longallee. Dave, if you're in the gallery, would you like to step up and ask the question?
My name's David Fagg. I'm here as the representative of the growing Longallee Local Action Group. And as a former councillor, I'd just like to take the opportunity to congratulate Councillors Prince and Core on their mayoral elections, and to Councillor Metcalfe for her years of service the last few years. The Walking and Cycling Strategy 2019 states on page 37 that social, geographic and health equity is a criterion when considering what footpaths to construct. Given Long Gully's low scores on social and health measures, our high use of mobility scooters, our higher rates of long-term health conditions, and the fact that more than double the number of Long Gully households have no car compared to the rest of the city, how will the city correct the underinvestment in connectivity in Long Gully? Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Dave, and great to hear about the growth of that action group. As a response, the provision of a well-connected pathway network which enhances pedestrian safety is an ongoing focus for the city. Each year we receive a large number of requests for footpaths. As a result, significant funds are invested towards new and existing footpaths annually. Unfortunately, the number of outstanding footpaths requests do outstrip available funding. All new footpath projects are listed within a database which is used to inform the development of our annual program. Each project undergoes scoping, pricing and evaluation against several prioritisation criteria, including equity and inclusiveness. Councillors and city executives met with representatives of the Long Gully community earlier this year to discuss their aspirations regarding service and infrastructure. Encouragingly, in early 2026, the city will deliver a $127,000 project to construct a new footpath along Sparrowhawk Road and Stray Street in Long Gully. Thank you, Dave.
The second question tonight is from Jeff of Strathfield Say on the subject of surplus land for sale. Jeff, if you're in the gallery, would you like to ask the question?
Certainly would, if I could. Hi, Jeff Stevens, Bassett Drive, Strathfield Say. Congratulations, Mayor and past Mayor. A good time to bow out, Andrea, I think. I have additional copies of background information regarding my question. Do the 9 councillors and the CEO consider it morally acceptable to sell land that has been known by all of the surrounding residents for the past 15 years as public open space, which also appears on all of their land titles as public open space, and which has not been improved by council in that time? Other parklands have been improved or developed without these particular residents' knowledge or input, while they have been waiting for their park to be mown, improved or developed. The report in your agenda is incomplete. Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Jeff. And to avoid putting words in the councillors' mouths, and especially with what is on the agenda, I won't comment regarding their responses. I dare say they might be addressing it as we go, but from the city perspective, I can provide you this response, Jeff. The city manages more than $3 billion in assets on behalf of its community for over 125,000 people. This includes more than 70 sporting reserves and 130 playgrounds, with less than 30% of these in a good condition. In 2019, Council adopted the City of Greater Bendigo Public Space Plan. The plan aims to improve the quality of its open space reserves and create greater equitability in the provision of the open space across the municipality. The identification of open spaces as surplus is never an easy decision, as ultimately some members of the community will use each and every open space reserve. The City has considered the comments raised in the submissions to the 2 rounds of consultation in Lindsay Court, which, on the whole, objected to the identification of Lindsay Court as surplus. Ultimately, based on the proximity of other open space to the reserve and the quality of this open space, the site was identified as not strategically required, consistent with the public space plan. Strathfield Say has grown substantially in recent years, and not all the open space in the suburb was set aside at the time that the land in the Lindsay Court was developed. Strathfield Say now has 293 hectares of open space per 1,000 people, the second highest ratio in the municipality. Any funding from the sale of the open space will directly go into the public space reserve for new and improved open space. Thank you again for your question, Jeff.
The next question is from Mari of Strathfield Say on the subject of surplus land for sale. If Mari's in the gallery, would she like to ask the question? Or I can read it out.
Yeah, you can read.
I'll read it out. The question is, the community has been asked twice about feedback on the sale of 3 to 4 Lindsay Court. There has been nearly 90 objections which seem to be ignored. The community was promised when this open space was developed that it would be made into a user-friendly space, which the council failed to do so. Why didn't it get developed in the first place?
And regarding that question, Mari, I believe it probably has been covered with the response given to Jeff, if that sounds satisfactory. If there is, whether you like it or not, that you get what I mean. But if you do need some follow-up, we can give that to you, all right? Thank you.
The next pre-registered question is from Lawrence of Castlemaine on the subject of the Bendigo Riders Festival. Lawrence, if you're in the gallery, would you like to read the question?
Hi, congratulations, Mayor Prince.
Thank you.
Hang on. According to the Oxford Dictionary, the meaning of the word conspire is...
Continue.
Sorry?
Continue.
Is make secret plans jointly to commit an unlawful or harmful act. Did Bendigo Council and La Trobe University conspire at late notice to create an untenable situation for Randa Abdel Fattah to talk about her book in order for her to withdraw at the behest of the 5A pro-Israeli lobby group?
Thanks for your question, Lawrence. And I think probably the most effective response will just be simply no. Thank you.
Opportunity now for anyone else in the gallery who would like to ask a question this evening. If you would, please step up to the podium and ask a question. Provide your name, suburb, and ask a question without any preamble. Thank you.
Kayleen O'Brien, Longully. Will Council be putting out a media release letting people of Bendigo know where they can deposit of the asbestos that's been found in the kinetic magic sand all around Australia?
Good question, Kayleen. At this point, I won't be able to provide you a response. We can provide you one at a later date. I know it's a pretty recent thing that's popping up, so I haven't had a chance to get around it, but we'll be able to provide you a response at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else would like to ask a question? Yep, please step up. Thank you.
Janet King, Strathfield Say. I've contacted City Council twice now in September in regards to the amount of litter along Guys Hill Road. I have not heard back from them, and it is mounting up. Having said that as well, some of you may be familiar that there are a number of offshoots off Guys Hill Road that goes into the regional park, and tyres have been dumped there, bags of rubbish. Now the crows have gotten into that, and it's strewn all over the place. Also, the height of the grass along Guys Hill Road, and I accept that it is a very busy time of the year with the amount of grass growing.
Sorry, Janet, I might just ask, is there a question?
Yes.
Yes.
When will the rubbish be taken away?
Awesome. So we'll have to take that one on notice because it's an operational question. I probably can't give you that response, but we can take that on notice.
Yes. Could I just add one more thing? I did suggest to the council that maybe a school group, maybe work for the dole, maybe, a volunteer group.
No, certainly.
Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you.
Anybody else this evening? Please step up.
Well, we've got two there.
Competition.
I just want to, my name's Aidan and I live in Bendigo. I just want to congratulate Councillor Prince and Councillor Core on your elections to your new roles, and thank Councillor McCall for your service. My question is, given the recent introduction of community safety officers in Melbourne CBD, is the City of Greater Bendigo Council considering in similar plans or similar following the footsteps of the City of Grey, Melbourne Council? If so, what planning and consultation has happened so far?
It's a great question. It's very early in that. It's a very new thing for councils to be taking upon themselves. So it is very early for us to be able to consider that, but it is something I know that we're aware of and we're observing. We can look to bring back a more definitive response, but I dare say to give you a response that you're looking for, it might be a little longer.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Please step up. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Catherine Hutchins and I live in Lona Close in Spring Gully. When it was first sent a letter to us regarding selling Lot 3 in Lona Close, I did reply to the council and ask a few questions which I've not had an answer to any of them. With our Lot 3, I was wondering if they do sell it, what permits would the council allow for building? Would they be two-storey buildings they permit, or would they all be single? What would be happening to the 3 palm trees that are very developed on that block? What will happen to the plovers that come every year to nest, and just all the bird life that are on that block? And also I'd like to advise, before that letter come out, I was lucky if that block got mowed 3 times a year, and now the council have arrived once a month nearly to have that mowed, but I personally get out with the push mower and spend nearly 2 hours mowing it because my grandchildren play on that block and I was concerned about snakes, etc. So I'm just wondering if there's an answer to any of those.
So I won't be able to give you an answer regarding the response. I can give you the assurance that when such things have been passed on to councillors and staff, that they've been then readdressed in objections. So councillors are aware of those things that have been raised as the time has gone along. As far as what will happen to the site afterwards, staff don't prepare or plan those things, because it would mean that they've assumed what the result is. They follow the process, wait for the decision to be made. So I can't give you the foresight on that. Perhaps there's some potential future communication to loop in, but yeah, we'll get to that. So
okay, I just hope councillors consider those things that before they vote.
And they've been captured in the objection. So thank you.
Anybody else this evening? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you everyone for your contributions. So now we'll move on to our ward reports. So first up we have Councillor Awasti with his Kennington report.
Thank you, Mayor Councillor Prince, and congratulations from my end as well. Good evening, everyone. I would like to start with a quote. The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. And that quote really speaks to me. Over the past few months, I have seen firsthand what community means in Greater Bendigo. Every event, every initiative, every conversation has been about creating the sense of belonging and doing it together as a council. I think back to the start of spring, standing at Morong Cricket Club with Councillor McElrath, chatting with the local cricket team about their plans for the future, which includes some international travel. Just last week, I was meeting with Strathfield Say Primary School Council members and principal, with Mayor Councillor Prince and Councillor Hurrell, listening to parents and teachers. And then the celebrations like Krishna Janmashtami, Ek Onkar, Deepavali, and National Citizenship Day, moments filled with colour, music, and joy. And in between, I met the incredible volunteers at the Eaglehawk Community House and Bendigo Share and Repair Shed, people who give their time to make life easier for others. And of course, there were momentous occasions too, Police Remembrance Day and Australian Peacekeeper Day, where we paused to honour those who serve and protect. These experiences remind me of the strength and diversity that define our city. all about creating that sense of belonging. Behind the scenes, we have been working hard to make sure Greater Bendigo continues to grow. I've had the opportunity to visit Spring Street with Councillor Metcalf and CEO Andrew Cooney for projects that matter, like Golden Dragon Museum, Central Debra Gold Mine, and Bendigo Regional Employment Precinct. These aren't just projects. They are investments in our history, in our economy, and our future. And as Bernard Salt reminded us during the launch of Bendigo 2050 last week. And then there are moments that bring us together in celebration. Fun Lung Fun Day was a burst of energy and culture. The relaunch of Kennington Reservoir for recreational fishery was a proud moment for everyone who worked to restore that space. I met Stratdale Park Pickleball Club to hear how the sport is growing. I've stood with Bendigo Fire Brigade firefighters at the annual presentation. I've met with the JARA board and executive, along with my council colleagues and ELT, continuing on our important work with the traditional owners of this land. These are the threads that weave our community fabric together, and that's culture, recreation, and respect. None of this happens without people. So tonight, I want to thank our volunteers, our leaders, our community groups, and local businesses. And their passion and commitment makes Greater Bendigo what it is, a vibrant, welcoming place. And as we head into the festive season, I hope you find some time to enjoy with family and friends. And please, and I do say please, shop local. Every dollar spent here supports local jobs, strengthens businesses, and keeps our community thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Awasti. Councillor McElrath, your Lockwood report.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. Before I start my ward report, I'd like to congratulate Mayor Prince on his election to the Mayor's position. I have full faith in you and know that you will do a great job as the Mayor, as well as represent the city with dignity and purpose. I need everyone to indulge me. This is going to take a little bit. I'd like to acknowledge past and current members of the Australian Defence Force. If it were not for them signing the cheque up to and including their lives for this country, we would not live in the country, in the Australia that we know and I certainly love. Last week, on the 11th of the 11th, I had the honour to represent my ward and laid a wreath at the Kangaroo Flat RSL Remembrance Day service. Now, if we were still in the military, I'd actually say that's a slab, but I'm not, so 2 slabs. This was particularly important to me, given my service with the Australian Regular Army and having been deployed on active service in 2000. Hence why I'm wearing my service medals this evening. This service commemorated the signing of the armistice on the 11th of November 1918 and bringing to an end World War I. Armistice Day, now known as Remembrance Day, is a day to recognise all Australian military personnel and who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, be it on active service or peacetime operations. The Australian Defence Force has lost over 103,000 members since its inception. I acknowledge and honour their sacrifice for us all. And for those of you who are observant, you will note that there is a portrait of King Charles at the front of the room. I only mention this because this is my personal portrait, as unfortunately the city doesn't put it up, so I have to bring in my own. Some may ask, why is this important? Well, an important part of our democracy is our position in the Commonwealth and our ties to England. And for those who have served in the military, you take an oath to serve King and country, and I take this extremely seriously. Now, since my last ward report, I've undertaken the following within my ward. Attended the usual community group meetings, the Morong Community Action Group, Maiden Gully Progress Association and Growing Long Gully Group. These were all very active groups within the community, and without their input, it would make representing the ward very difficult. I thank the members of these groups for their ongoing support and service to the communities that they live in. I attended the Morong Energy Expo, during which I asked the Energy Minister why the gas pipeline isn't being installed between Maiden Gully and Morong, while the water and wastewater pipes are being installed. The reply was underwhelming, to say the least, and it was never my intention of taking this opportunity to, as the reply I got was that it was never their intention to take that opportunity to connect gas to Morong, considering that there'd been promises made previously. I've been approached by several members in the ward with concerns regarding the cost to the city, that the treaty that is currently being negotiated with Jar Jar Barung, and why there needs to be a treaty, given that the state government has just forced this Victorian people into a treaty. I was asked what would be given up and what this would cost the city. I was unable to answer. However, on the 14th of October, I requested a cost of the current reconciliation plan so that I had an idea of the cost to the city of reconciliation have been during the past plan. And it's been over a month and I still haven't received any information on that at this point. And anyone who is in business knows, to know the effectiveness of a plan, you monitor the inputs, outputs and costs. Also, I'm over halfway through November and have been very heartened by the comments and donations from members of the public towards such a worthy cause. Now, since my election last year, my business has tripled, which is making it extremely difficult to provide the representation that the members of the Lockwood ward deserve. I've tried in vain to juggle both commitments, but am finding it more often that I'm having to trade off one commitment against another. This is all culminating as I prepare to spend most of December overseas with work commitments, during which I would not be able to provide coverage of council. This is why, at the conclusion of this meeting, I'm officially standing down from the City of Greater Bendigo. I do thank all those people who voted for me and also apologise for not being able to see out my term. That is everything from the People's Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McElrath, for your report, and thank you for your service in more ways than one. On to Councillor Hurrell with the Ravenswood report.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to begin, as others have done, by congratulating you on your elevation to this role and to Councillor Corr on her elevation. But I'm a little stunned, I must say. So I'm going to begin by, well, I've already congratulated you, haven't I? So I'm going to begin by saying that I have enjoyed the input that my colleague Councillor McElrath has made over the last year. We don't always agree, but it's amazing how often we do actually end up at a similar place, even though we come from different points of view. So I'd like to thank you for what you've been able to do and wish you well going forward, and we will miss you.
Thank
you. It's going to make the rest of my report seem a little trite perhaps, but nonetheless. It's been a couple of months since I've had an opportunity to speak about goings-on in Ravenswood Ward. So the first thing I'd like to do is note the success of the Kangaroo Flat netball A-grade and A reserve teams who managed to win their grand finals in the Bendigo Football Netball League. It's a great achievement for those teams. Unfortunately, the B-grade team didn't manage to make it a hat-trick, but nonetheless, they did very well to make the grand final. So my congratulations to them. Sport is a very important part of my life, and I know it's a very important part of others, and it's always great to see locals going on to great success. Just on sport, I would also like to note people may be aware that last week at a Kangaroo Flat versus Sandhurst 2020 match at the QEO, there was a significant incident where one of the players was hurt and knocked out. I'd like to acknowledge all of the people who supported the team and that player and who cared for him. I understand that he is making a good recovery, and I certainly wish him and all of the team the very best. Speaking of providing care and health, she was not a member, she's not a resident of Ravenswood Ward, but as a nurse, I just want to... I just want to acknowledge the loss of a colleague. Chelsea McGovern was a nurse who worked at St John of God Hospital. By all accounts, was a wonderful human being who provided great care to her community, to those who worked with her, and to her children. And she was unfortunately killed in a car accident just recently. So on my behalf, and I'm sure I can speak for the council, I would just extend our deep commiserations to Chelsea and her family at this very difficult time. So, turning to slightly happier matters. In the last month, the Lockwood CFA has celebrated its 75th anniversary of service to the Lockwood area, which covers both Councillor McElrath and my own wards. The CFA is an amazing institution, one that I am extremely grateful for and proud of. Because of my professional career, I've never been able to provide support to the CFA in the way that I'd like. I would have really loved to be able to be a firefighter, but being a nurse, you have to work all sorts of odd hours, and it's really difficult to make yourself available. But I do pay tribute to the Lockwood CFA and all of the members of our emergency services who do great work for us all. I would also like to thank Councillor McElrath for laying the wreath on behalf of Council at the Kangaroo Flat Memorial Day, not Memorial Day, Remembrance Day, thank you, Remembrance Day service this year. So, I will just finish by saying to everybody, I understand that it is a difficult time for all of us in terms of managing to pay our bills, and rates are no exception. So many, I suspect most residents will probably be unaware that there are options outside either a quarterly or an annual payment for your rates, and you can make an arrangement with the city. You don't have to be in financial hardship necessarily. You can just make an arrangement to pay those rates in a way that best suits your budget, so that we can continue to provide the services without undue issues for your own finances. I actually took that opportunity up myself just in the last week. Dropped in on the customer service team, and they did a very good job, very quickly and very efficiently, made an arrangement with me. So now, rather than having to find a lump sum, I'm going to be able to pay my rates for the rest of the year. And I encourage anybody who would find that a better way to pay their rates to take up that opportunity. Finally, I'd just like to thank everybody who supported me and contacted me over the last year. This is not always an easy job, but your support really does make it easier, so thank you for that. And as I won't have another opportunity to deliver a ward report this year, I'm going to get in early and wish all residents of Ravenswood Ward and the City of Greater Bendigo a joyous, restful and safe holiday season, especially if, like me, you'll be working during that time to keep our city going and cared for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell, and honestly, thank you for your vulnerability. It's nice to see. On to our next section is the declaration of conflict of interest. So I'll just ask councillors if there is any conflict of interest that I declare in the meeting. Beautiful. So, regarding confirmation of our minutes, we do have a recommended motion that the minutes of the council meeting held on October 20, 2025, as circulated, has been taken as read as confirmed. Do I have someone willing to move that motion? Councillor Metcalfe, someone to second that? Councillor Spong, thank you. Let's put it to a vote. All those for? Unanimous. Passed. Thank you. On to agenda item number 7, petition and joint letters. 7.1. Response to the petition to rename the grandstand at Tom Flood Sports Centre in honour of Neil MacDonald. Do I have someone to move the recommended motion? Councillor Corr, sorry, Deputy Councillor Corr. And a seconder. Councillor Metcalfe. Thank you, Councillor Corr.
So I'd like to move the motion that Council acknowledge the significant contributions of the late Mr Neil MacDonald to athletics and community health within our community and commend the intent of the request to have a grandstand at Tom Flood Sports Centre named in Mr MacDonald's honour. 2. Note the request has been assessed as not aligned with criteria within Council's adopted place interpretation and naming policy and is therefore not supported at this time. And 3, suggests to the petition organiser that there could be alternative ways of the community recognising and honouring Mr MacDonald's legacy, such as naming an annual race or athletics carnival in his name, establishing a commemorative award that reflects his contributions to athletics and community health. So first, I just want to thank to the organisers of this petition, to the 858 people who signed it, and to everyone who wrote letters of support. The effort behind this speaks volumes about the respect and admiration for Neil MacDonald. It's clear he touched many lives. Neil's story is inspiring. For more than 5 decades, he coached athletes at Tom Flood Sports Centre, helping runners reach state and national levels. He was also a tireless advocate for men's health, leading the Bendigo and District Prostate Cancer Support Group and helping raise over $1 million through Bendigo's biggest ever Blokes Lunch. These are extraordinary contributions that have strengthened our community. I want to say clearly that Neil deserves to be honoured. The question is how and when. Naming a grandstand feels like it would be a great tribute, but right now it's difficult because the structure is already named after Frank McCaig, another local sporting legend. And there's also a principle we follow that naming major public assets happens after time has passed, so we can be sure the recognition stands across generations. It's not about rules for the sake of rules, it's about fairness and sustainability for all the incredible people who give so much to Bendigo. A great example of this is Barbara Ray, who captained the first women's cricket match in Australia in 1874 right here in Bendigo. Her contribution was groundbreaking, yet it has taken more than a century for her to be formally recognised with a permanent statue. That's what standing the test of time means, ensuring that when we honour someone, it's lasting and meaningful across generations. I know this is disappointing, and I feel that too. Nobody wants to diminish Neil's legacy, and this decision is not about that at all. It's about timing, and if years to come Neil's impact continues to shine, then naming a structure could absolutely be reconsidered. In the meantime, I do encourage the community to explore other meaningful ways to honour Neil now, and these other options provided in our motion would keep his memory alive and celebrate his contribution in a visible and meaningful way. So thanks again to everyone who brought this forward. Your passion shows just how much Neil meant to Bendigo.
Thank you, Councillor Corr. Councillor Metcalfe.
Firstly, I too, like Councillor Corr, would like to thank the petitioners for submitting this petition, and the number of signatures clearly demonstrates the high regard in which Neil was held across our community, and I actually think that's a magnificent legacy to leave. However, the recommendation is straightforward. It is too early to make a decision to name a grandstand after Neil, and Councillor Corr's outlined, standing the test of time and what the definition of that means. And I expect Neil's legacy will meet that test, but given his passing is recent, the proposal does not yet align with this requirement. And I would say this request could certainly be revisited in the future. And I actually support the point 3 in the recommendation about other ways of being able to honour Neil. So I too, like Councillor Corr, I hope the councillors will support this recommended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. Our community is what it is because of the contribution of so many different people. People who give of their time, of their talents, their money, their knowledge, their experience, their care and their compassion. I did not know Neil MacDonald, but by all accounts he was just such a person. An accomplished athlete in his own right, he coached many middle and long distance runners to great success over decades, and is also known for his support of prostate cancer awareness and fundraising, as has already been mentioned. It's because of people like Neil I probably don't need to discuss the significance of prostate cancer, but it is a condition that affects more than 25,000 Australians every year and causes around 4,000 deaths. Neil's work contributed to the employment of a prostate cancer nurse in our city, a role that will no doubt help save and improve many of those lives. There is no question that Neil's contribution to Bendigo is worthy of recognition. However, I would venture to suggest that there are many people who are also worthy of recognition. I met a number of them at the recent civic reception for locals who have received honours in the Order of Australia, for instance. And Council has a responsibility to ensure that a thorough process is followed when choosing to honour a particular individual. So, although I accept that Neil has done much for our community and is worthy of recognition, I also accept the position of council officers that the criteria laid down in policy for naming a stand at the Tom Flood Sports Centre have not yet been met. So my vote tonight will be in support of the motion. I'm sure Neil, whose daughter was quoted in the Bendigo Advertiser this week as saying, "Dad will be up there saying, 'What are you bloody talking about? I don't need a grandstand,' will understand." Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Any other speakers to the motion? Well, with that, sorry, Councillor Call.
Oh, that's right. Just really to sum up that, as we said, there's no way we're not acknowledging the amazing contribution that he made. It's just that it's a bit too soon, and we really thank everyone for bringing this to our attention, and all the best for him and his family.
Thank you, Councillor Core. We'll now move that motion to a vote. So those for, and that is unanimous. Motion carried. On to item 7.2, petition acknowledgement and response, protect North Bendigo from overdevelopment. Do I have someone to move this motion? Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Someone to second it? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McElrath. Councillor Metcalfe.
The recommended motion is that Council receive the petition and note and advise the lead petitioner of the officer response. Thank you to the petitioners for presenting this petition to the City and to councillors for consideration. The response to the petition is straightforward. Both state planning policy and the City of Greater Bendigo's own planning policies, as set out in the Greater Bendigo Planning Scheme, encourage the development of medium density housing within our residential zones. As a result, we will continue to see more infill housing, provided the necessary infrastructure is in place to support it. I appreciate that the petitioners and others in our community may not support this direction. The City must balance the need for infill housing with the protection of neighbourhood character and vegetation. For this reason, all medium density development assessed by the City is publicly advertised to allow community input. However, it's unclear what the outcome will be under the proposed changes to the Planning and Environment Act, which are currently progressing through the State Parliament. These changes may remove the requirement for public advertising and therefore community input into planning applications.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor McElrath?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Metcalfe, in summing up?
I don't think so.
In that case, I'll bring this motion to a vote. Those for? That is carried unanimously. Into our report items for this agenda. First up, we have 8.1, 863 Wellington Street, Strathfield Say. Use and development of land for a convenience restaurant, display of associated signage and reduction in bicycle parking facilities. Do I have someone to move the recommended motion? Councillor Hurrell, someone a second? Councillor Awasti. Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council issue a notice of decision to grant a permit for the use and development of land for the convenience restaurant, display of associated signage and reduction in bicycle parking facilities at 863 Wellington Street, Strathfield Say, subject to the conditions at the end of the report. In doing so, I give notice, and as will soon become apparent, that I am moving this motion out of respect for the officers who have prepared it and to enable debate on the matters contained within. However, it should not be taken that my position is necessarily going to end up in support. Given the number of issues that have been raised in this application, this is going to be a much longer than usual contribution by me. So I trust that councillors will extend to me such extensions of time as may be necessary, as I will support extensions of time that may be required for them to explain their own reasons in relation to this matter. The application is, of course, for the construction of a McDonald's restaurant at the corner of Wellington Street and Club Court in Strathfield Say, and it has attracted a large number of objections. It is likely, in fact, that those objections represent an even larger group of people who are unhappy about the development, but who were unaware of the option or chose not to lodge a formal objection. On the other hand, it is also likely that the one letter of support received represents a larger number of people who support or are not concerned by the development, but that we do not hear from because our planning system is not really designed to gauge support for proposed developments, implicitly assuming that those who do not object either support or are indifferent to a given proposal. That said, I have read all of the objections that have been received, along with a number of letters, meetings, emails and personal contacts. Even with the support of councillors for extensions of time, I cannot hope to deal with all of them in this contribution, so I will discuss those items which I find most crucial to my decision. I want to assure objectors that a lack of response to any particular objection raised does not mean that I have not considered it carefully. So to begin, many of the objectors raised concerns about the nature of the product produced by McDonald's, characterising it as contributing to poor health outcomes because of high sugar, high fat content of the majority of the food served, and therefore as not contributing to the health and nutrition outcomes prioritised by the City of Greater Bendigo. These and other objectors also point to the fact there are already multiple McDonald's outlets in Bendigo, including one not far by road in Strathdale, and that they say there is no need for another one. I want to say to those objectors that I appreciate and in many ways agree with their concerns. I personally recall that for many years I took advantage of various fast food outlets, including McDonald's, to have a cheeky meal on the way home from work, before cooking and eating yet another meal shortly afterwards. I have no doubt that that habit, amongst others, contributed to a significant weight gain and a near diagnosis of type 2 diabetes for myself. Having multiple outlets available made it easier for me to make choices that in retrospect I shouldn't have. But I should also say, no one compelled me to eat that food and drink that drink. It was a choice that I freely made. And the choice to purchase and consume fast food is one made by thousands of people every single day. When I asked the Ravenswood Ward to entrust me with the role of councillor, I promised to care for the community. I do not see that promise requires me to make choices of what sort of food should be available to our community. And in a similar vein, VCAT has made abundantly clear that the purpose of planning law is not to be a panacea for society's ills or to address social or moral objections. nor is it for planning decisions to make a judgment on the need for or the viability of a particular development. So I and my fellow councillors cannot allow these questions to form part of our decision making. Planning decisions must be made on planning grounds, and as these are not planning grounds, I have not made my decision on them. Despite my concerns, I acknowledge that fast food outlets are a part of our community, and I am prepared to support planning permits for them where appropriate. That said, there are a number, and is it time for an extension already? No? Oh, I've got lots more than 20 seconds. Anyway, there are a number of planning grounds on which a decision must be made, and I will request an extension at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Councillor Metcalfe, thank you. Someone to second that? Councillor Cosgrove, sorry, mate. You may continue. Sorry, all those for? Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. The first of these, which I'll discuss tonight, is whether a fast food outlet is an appropriate use of land in the mixed-use zone. My understanding of the mixed-use zone is that it is intended to blend small and medium businesses with medium-density residential use so as to increase the availability of housing for the community and provide a transition between residential and intensive commercial uses. The history of this parcel is that it was once zoned commercial, but to maintain the character of this part of Strathwood was rezoned to mixed use some years ago. I also note that a previous council's decision to refuse a permit for a medical centre and cafe on this site was overturned by VCAT. However, I am inclined to think that the intensity of activity represented by a 24-hour fast food outlet is of an entirely different order than would be expected by that previous proposal. I also think that having both a 24-hour fast food outlet and a 24-hour service station on this corner will make it less likely that the kinds of developments contemplated in the mixed-use zone will be proposed in the future and will essentially constitute rezoning by stealth. I also find it persuasive that the intensive 24-hour days nature of this development will mean that the amenity impacts to neighbouring houses, especially the potential for noise, odour and light spill, are greater than would be expected from the mixed-use zone and must be taken into account. The other matter which I find persuasive is the question of traffic and access to the site. I myself lived in Strathwood Say with my family for many years, and my children attended the adjacent primary school and played soccer with the Colts club, which is based further down Club Court. So I am personally aware of the amount of traffic, including vehicular, bicycle, scooter and pedestrian traffic which uses Club Court. For most of the day the road is very quiet, but twice a day during school time, as well as various times over the weekend where participants in the various sporting events arrive or depart, traffic can become intense, not just cars, but other movements including young pedestrians and bike and scooter movements. I note that the report states these traffic impacts are not such that they would warrant refusal of a permit, but I'm concerned that the methodology adopted to evaluate this does not reflect the reality experienced by objectors and other residents. However, I recognise that my conclusions are different to those of council officers whose expertise and experience in these matters is greater than my own. I note that the report references many precedents and decisions of VCAT to explain why they have reached the conclusions that they did. I am concerned that should council refuse to issue a permit tonight, then the decision will be appealed to VCAT and council officers' advice will be upheld and the permit will be issued nonetheless.
Councillor Hurrell, you'll need an extension of time.
I do request a further extension of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McElrath. Second call. Those for. Please continue.
Defending a matter in VCAT is not an inexpensive business, and that means the expenditure of ratepayers' money that will not then be used for other, potentially more useful purposes. This is not our money, but money contributed by ratepayers and held and expended by the city for the benefit of all. We must make decisions that use that money as effectively as possible. I have no doubt, and in fact the objectors told me at a meeting at the site this week, that the expense involved in defending a refusal would be worth every dollar. But other residents I have spoken to about this and similar matters are not so sure. It's our duty and responsibility to make decisions in this place that are to the benefit of the whole municipality. However, for the reasons that I have outlined, I do not believe that it would be an inappropriate expenditure of funds to defend a decision to reviews. I believe that Club Court is not appropriate as the only access route for the development of this type, and I believe the development is not consistent with the purposes of the mixed-use zone. I therefore do not support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrell. Councillor Awasti.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Harrell, for your thoughtful input. As I reflect back on my 12 months, on my first 12 months on council, one issue that stands out as the most discussed and debated is the application from McDonald's Australia to build a restaurant in Strathfield. We have debated and discussed this at many council briefings and here tonight. This proposal generated significant community interest with strong views against the proposal and also some in the favour of the proposal. It highlighted the importance of listening to residents, balancing development with the community expectations, and ensuring transparent decision making. The experience has reinforced how passionate our community is about shaping the future of our neighbourhoods. I have attended the site at a number of times, both announced and quietly. I've had the pleasure of meeting several passionate members of the community, including Strathfield Primary School Principal James and School Council President Hamish, members of the school community such as Fergus, Lindsay, Kim, and Andy last week. Strong community advocates such as Helen Sweeney, David Chalmers, Peter Elliott, and Rob Stevenson, just to name a few. In addition to meeting the resident, I have read several emails from the residents, and the resident concerns are valid, whether it be the community character and the potential for it to change due to increased commercial activity and hence a reduced residential appeal. The public health concerns that Councillor Harrell also mentioned, and the concerns of fast food outlets contributing to unhealthy eating habits, especially with children, or concerns of proximity to Strathfield Primary School with an increased exposure and obviously the temptation. Amenity and lifestyle disruption is another one. With drive-through traffic leading to congestion and safety risks to pedestrians, particularly our kids, our children, or the noise, the litter, the odor, the light pollution, especially from 24-hour operation, which I'm not comfortable with the 24/7 operation at the site. Also, the heavy vehicle traffic and its impact on safety of users is important. Several concerns have been raised about the safety of pedestrians with trucks entering and exiting.
Councillor Awasti, you're going to require an extension of time. Moved by Councillor Kaur, seconded by Councillor Harrell. Please continue. All those for? Unanimous. Please continue.
Thank you, my fellow councillors. As I was saying, the concern about trucks entering and exiting. I'm not a traffic expert, but did seek expert opinion, and I understand that the proposed turning lane provides at least 15.2 meters of length, excluding tapers, which is sufficient to store the vehicle. The proposed turning lane will be delineated with line marking, not physical barriers, meaning the service vehicles will have sufficient opportunity to maneuver freely in order to enter the lane. I also want to make a note that subject to conditions, the application has no objection from the Department of Transport and Planning. I know that the proposed development has attracted attention, and some have termed the suburb of Strathfield as the new Toorak. Yes, it has impacts, but the suburb is projected to grow to 14,000 people, and it's also a sign of growth area with passing vehicles the traffic and such growth locations tend to attract other businesses, infrastructure improvements, making nearby property more desirable for retail, service providers, and even some residential developments. However, considering the balance, I too do not support the motion put forward by the council officers and will look at an alternate option as we move through the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Awasti. Is there any other... I've lost my words again. Any other councillors who would like to speak to this motion? Councillor Savali, Councillor Chatley. Sorry, Councillor Chatley, can you just turn your mic on? Thank you.
I'll start again. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor, CEO, councillors, ELT, my community present and involved. Before I start, I like to ask apology, and I will seek a support that if I need a couple of extensions of time, as there was a lot to consider and a lot to express to make an absolute voice of my community. If I'm short breath, it is my sinus. If tone is too high or low, it is an emotion of my people. We are not against any development or any restaurant or a restaurant. It is a fight of right or wrong. So I rise to strongly oppose this motion. As I spoke at my oath, my role is for the community, by the community, and to the community. And today I stand to represent the concerns of my community. Over the past several weeks, there has been no issue more consistently raised by the people of Strathfield Say than this McDonald's application at 863 Wellington Street. Residents have shared thoughtful, detailed, and deeply personal concerns in person, on the phone, in emails, and at meetings. Their voices are clear, respectful, and passionate. I acknowledge the effort they have made to engage in this process. I also want to recognize McDonald's Australia and their engagement with our council officers and ELT. The professionalism is appreciated. But councillors, our responsibility is to assess this application in the light of strategic direction for Strathfield Say and the lived reality of the residents who call the community home. After careful consideration, it is clear that the proposal for a 24-hour convenience restaurant, associated signage, and reduction in bicycles parking facilities presents significant and unmitigable concerns, including real and serious risks to children and other vulnerable road users, human safety concerns. Since August, Victoria has experienced multiple deaths of pedestrians and cyclists in truck incidents, highlighting the extreme risk in constrained spaces. Closer to home, on the last day of term 3, a primary school student in Strathfield Say was knocked from her bike at the intersection adjacent to the proposed site. She was lucky to escape with minor injuries, but this illustrates the risk that already exists, risk that would be significantly magnified if the restaurant is approved.
Councillor Chatley, you'll require an extension of time. Do I have someone to move that motion? Councillor Harrell, someone to second. Councillor McElrath, motion carried. Please continue.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I nearly got it all. Those for? Thank you. Please continue. Motion carried.
Thank you, fellow councillors. Traffic impact assessments do not measure people. Children walking or cycling to school, local residents, or families assessing supporting facilities. The majority of club court users are children attending the nearby school and recreation areas, yet these human factors are ignored. Site-specific traffic risks. The amendment final traffic impact assessment number 6 contained multiple inaccuracies. Club court speed limits are misrepresented. Footpaths on both sides are incorrectly stated. There is only a single footpath. Lane configurations and truck swept path assessments assume movements that are physically impossible or unsafe. Proposed right turn lanes and removal of the central traffic island would create a high-speed, uncontrolled intersection, endangering pedestrians and cyclists. Even proposed mitigation measures, limiting deliveries outside school drop-off, pick-up times, footpath treatments, or waste collection hours, cannot eliminate the extreme risk of life. Approval would create situations where a child could easily be stuck by a vehicle. Amenities, strategic and community impacts. Beyond safety, this proposal remains inconsistent with the Strathfield Say Township Plan and Urban Design Framework. Amenity, nighttime noise, light spill, odor, and a loss of privacy will affect residents and students. Prevailing wind will call cooking smells directly to classrooms, playgrounds, and homes. Traffic, Club Court is narrow. Peak operations coincide with school drop-off pickups. Congestions and conflicts cannot be fully prevented. Land use, a 24-hour fast food outlet is incompatible with a low-intensity, residentially influenced area. Alternative site near the town center would better serve the community. Bicycle parking, the reduction in secure employee bicycle parking fails to support sustainable transport objectives. When considering strategic objectives, human safety, amenity, traffic risks, and community sentiment, this application is clearly not an appropriate or orderly use of land. Conclusion, the potential harm to a child is a deeply serious concern, one that can and should be avoided in this situation. For the sake of Strathfield Say community, the children, the families, and the residents, and the alignment with strategic planning, safety, and amenity principles, I will be supporting the officer recommendation to refuse planning permit for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chatley. Is there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. Just want to say this is a really hard planning matter that we've all discussed many times. We've received all the objections, all the signatures, all the emails and correspondence from the community, and that level of engagement just shows how strongly people feel about this proposal. Personally, I don't like McDonald's. I don't like that this application is next to a primary school. I don't like that it conflicts with our council plan, which promotes a healthy community. But as a councillor, I cannot decide based on personal views or broader strategies that provide overarching direction, not to penalise or single out one business. My role is to apply the relevant planning laws to the application I have in front of me. So the key questions are, is the proposal consistent with local and state planning policy? Does it align with mixed-use zone and design and development overlay? Can amenity impacts be managed? And what are the traffic and safety implications? So in terms of the mixed-use zone, Schedule 2 of the mixed-use zone aims to support mixed developments, which is offices with housing, medium density housing, but not heavy retail use. It also seeks compatibility with adjoining uses. And VCAT previously allowed a medical centre without housing, citing that it needed this as a kind of chicken and egg scenario to kickstart mixed use. So that makes it difficult to refuse this application solely for being a single use. However, McDonald's could arguably be a heavy retail use, which the schedule does seek to avoid. In terms of design and development overlay, Schedule 28 of the design and development overlay requires active frontages, good urban design, and buildings that, that basically are providing an active front. This proposal does not meet those objectives. It sets back more than the required 0 to 2 metres and fails to create that active frontage. In terms of amenity, amenity means the qualities that make a place pleasant and safe. The report says impacts can be managed, but 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation does raise serious concerns about this, especially the noise and the lighting and the late night activity near homes. In particular, the proposed illuminated pole sign will not complement the area and will impact nearby residents. In terms of traffic and safety, the traffic modelling, I do respect the traffic engineers and their expertise. I do struggle, though, that the modelling is based on 2 days of data. It focuses on intersection efficiency, not safety. I do understand modelling and its value, but assumptions cannot replace lived experience, and I'm just not convinced of the assumptions used in this modelling. Also, the fact that there's only one entrance and exit to the site via Club Court does not give me confidence that this is going to be adequate.
Councillor Core, you require an extension of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Second, Councillor Cosgrove. All those for? Carried.
Thank you.
Please continue.
I stood at the corner during school pickup. Kids on bikes, scooters walking past the crossover and cars queued on Club Court. That reality is hard to reconcile with theoretical models. The permit includes conditions that could assist with safety, such as a channellised right-hand turn from Club Court into the site, restrictions of waste trucks into the site during peak school times, and a suitable treatment to the footpath on Club Court to indicate pedestrian priority. These are important steps, but they rely on effective implementation and enforcement. I know I'm not a traffic expert, yet I am being asked to rely on the expertise of traffic engineers who say that the increasing traffic will not cause adverse impacts here. This is in no way meant as a criticism to their expertise. It's just very, very difficult for me to make a decision based on this. When it comes to the safety of children, I just can't bring myself to accept this. So in conclusion, while planning arguments alone may not be strong enough, the combined weight of pedestrian safety concerns and 24-hour operation leads me to oppose this permit. Ultimately, it's about what weight we give to these arguments, and for me, safety, design and amenity do tip the balance. So for that reason, I cannot approve this application.
Thank you, Councillor Core. Do I have any other speakers to this motion? Thank you, Councillor Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. And I take this opportunity, it's the first time I've spoken, to extend my thanks to Councillor McIlroy for all of his time with us in the council, and to wish him well in his future endeavours. I can think of no better tribute to yourself than to have Councillor Hurrell, of all people, put a motion that they disagreed with in order to argue the contrary. I think very clearly your mark has been felt on the council, and I'll definitely be keeping that trick in my top pocket for future use. I guess hopefully we'll not need extensions, so I know that we've got the format down. But I also want to argue, I suppose, in a similar format to other councillors, which is to say that, you know, my son is 5 years old, he's starting primary school this year, and, you know, we got the uniform the other day, it's too big, top, too big pants, you know, big hat, massive school bag, took the photos, sent them to mum, tears all round. And, you know, I suppose it really made me think, you know, how would I feel if he was in one of those demountables at the back of the primary school in Strathfield, say, practising his cursive only to look up to see a giant yellow M. Now, as councillors have pointed out in every single point of this debate, moral obscenity or moral objection or whatever you want to call it is not actually, you know, in the schedule to be considered. However, I do think that, you know, it's very difficult not to be impacted by the reality of the lived experience of the people for whom this decision is going to affect, and that goes to the things that can be considered, such as amenity. So I'm not going to belabor the point, but as councillors have mentioned, you know, there's a school community right next door to this site. There are sports grounds further down the road. There's a court, you know, with only one entrance. Not a huge amount of houses, but for the people who live on that court at certain times of day, like, their lives are going to be materially and quite severely impacted, I believe, by the operation of this site. I find, you know, some of the arguments made about, you know, the stretching the definition of mixed use, etc., to be compelling in this case, given, like, just the volume of traffic, and given that traffic is now, you know, the sort of compromise or the alternative suggested by the state government is for all of that traffic now to come off Club Court. I find that, you know, hard, you know, to reconcile as not being potentially dangerous for, you know, children walking to and from school. I understand it's the back gate, but, you know, if you live on that side and you want to walk your kids to and from school, like, that's the way that you're going to go. no. And so for all of those reasons, I agree with the councillors who have declared their intention to vote against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cosgriff. Is there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Metcalfe.
While there are many objections to this application, many of the grounds raised cannot be considered under the Planning and Environment Act. Until yesterday, I had intended to support the application, provided that the additional permit conditions I proposed were included. These permit conditions addressed amenity concerns raised by objectors and included reduced operating hours from 24 hours to 6 a.m. to 11 p.m, illuminated signage turned off overnight, and limits on deliveries and heavy vehicle movements during school pick-up and drop-off times during the construction phase also. Some objectors referred to a previous VCAT decision for what was then 2 Club Court. This decision approved a service station, now built, and a medical centre on the land where the McDonald's restaurant is now proposed. This prompted me to reflect on how a site approved for a medical centre has become the subject of an application for a convenience restaurant. To understand that, we need to revisit the history of this site over the 9 years I've been on council. At the June 2021 council meeting, council considered works for a mixed-use development, medical centre, enterprise park and service station to guide its position for an upcoming VCAT hearing. The planning officer recommended council advise VCAT it did not support granting a permit, citing that the proposal did not adequately support the mix of uses in Schedule 2 of the mixed-use zone and did not align with the strategic vision in the Strathfield Say Township Plan 2009, revised 2012, or the Strathfield Say Urban Design Framework 2017. As seconder to that recommendation, I stated that council had undertaken more than a decade of work to build a clear vision for Strathfield Say, including the township plan and the urban design framework gazetted in December 2020. Additionally, given the prominent location of the site, any development needed to reflect that vision. In revisiting the urban design framework, I looked at page 26, Precinct 2, Transitional Town Centre, where this land sits. It states that development here should create a transition between Precinct 1's high activity area and Precinct 3's residential area. More importantly, Figure 21 on page 29 identifies this land for rezoning from Commercial 1 to mixed use. And I've even printed it off. Council invested significant time and community consultation to develop this vision. The intended outcome was to rezone 2 Club Court from Commercial 1 to mixed use, and this did happen. Yet today, the site contains a service station and a proposal for a McDonald's restaurant, an outcome that is increasingly hard to reconcile with that vision. The irony is that had the land remained commercially zoned, a convenience restaurant would have had an as-of-right use. Although council initially opposed the service station and medical centre proposal, VCAT ultimately approved it.
Councillor Metcalfe, you require an extension of time. Councillor Hurrell to move that motion, seconded by Councillor Cosgriff. All those for? Motion is carried. Thank you. Continue.
The VCAT member noted that even if the southwestern section of the land was developed, a majority balanced area would still remain for potential residential development. It's not an all or nothing situation at this stage. I don't see the medical centre, the pharmacy or the cafe that the VCAT member referred to in his reasons for the decision, all uses that are consistent with the mixed-use zone. I question whether the same decision would have been made had a service station and convenience restaurant been proposed from the outset. Since that decision, the land has been subdivided into a lot for the service station, another lot for this application, and the larger balanced Lot A. This subdivision was digitally signed by the City of Greater Bendigo on 17th of November 2023. There is also now an application for Balanced Lot A seeking further subdivision and development of a childcare centre. Considerable time, cost and community effort went into creating the Strathfield Say Urban Design Framework. I'm increasingly concerned that the actual development pattern will not resemble what the community was told to expect, and that a fragmented site-by-site approach risks undermining council's endorsed vision and strategic work. Whether this proposal succeeds tonight or later at VCAT, I must remain consistent with the principles and vision I have supported over many years, given 1, my long-standing support for the Strathfield Say Urban Design Framework. 2, the work undertaken to rezone this parcel from commercial 1 to mixed use. 3, my previous opposition to the service station and medical centre proposal. And 4, the lack of clarity about development intentions for Balance Lot A. I'm unable to support this application at all.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Spong.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. Well, I better not approve this motion, considering everyone's spoken against it. Use and development of land for convenience restaurant. Convenience, yes, for them. Restaurant, no. My main concerns that I have are the safety with regards to our most vulnerable within our community, where it be through their health or road safety, and that's our children. And I believe that the traffic management report isn't convincing enough for me, as my colleague, Councillor Chatley, has already outlined the statistics. As a society, we create and preach healthy living and lifestyle, especially for our children. Yes, we do have a choice, like Councillor Hurrell stated earlier. However, the pressure of children on their parents, especially upon school pickup. It's so convenient for fast food to be right there and an easy option. And most of the times, parents cave in. I believe that the community of Strathfield Say should have their day in court, and that we, as councillors, are in a position and have an obligation to protect our most vulnerable of our community. Unfortunately, it's not planning grounds. I cannot, in good consciousness, support this development. Councillor Call, I will ask you, Deputy Mayor Councillor Call, please follow your heart, and if someone questions your decision, you can blame me. No. In respect to your earlier comments in regards to unsure, because based on planning grounds, yes, it looks good on paper, but however, we have a somewhat moral obligation to our community, especially to the ones that can't speak for themselves.
Councillor Spong, you require an extension of time. Do I have someone to move that motion? Councillor Chatley, someone to second. Councillor Owasti, all those in favour of the motion? Motion's carried. Please continue.
Well, actually, that's my first ever time extension. No, I won't make a habit of it. But it's so easy. Like the site to me just doesn't stack up. Yes, it's great from a commercial, large enterprise business perspective to be on such a large corner allotment. If this motion was coming to myself and the rest of the councillors with the original proposal of a service station and a medical clinic, I would have approved it, or I would have agreed with the recommended motion, but it's not. It's a McDonald's, and I've made up my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spong. Is there any other speakers to this motion? Thank you, Councillor McElrath.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. I thank the other councillors for their considered contributions. I'm not satisfied that the applicant has addressed the issues arising from the traffic impact to the area. I do acknowledge the work that's been undertaken. However, I'm not satisfied that this addresses the safety concerns that have been raised. I thank the 136 objectors for providing their concerns regarding this proposal, and particularly those who have reached out personally and sent emails to us councillors to further provide information on it, and the impact that this will have on the immediate area. I hear your voices and support your position on this development. For me, the amenity impact, the signage, the glowing lights, smell and noise that will be generated from this development will adversely impact on the residents nearby. And this is not an appropriate location for a McDonald's restaurant. Yesterday, when I went for a drive out to Strathfield Say, I observed several children riding around on push bikes around Club Court off the main road, and made me think what would happen if there were vehicles coming in and out of those, or even trucks making deliveries. You know, for me, the pedestrian safety has not been adequately addressed, and I can't in good conscience approve this knowing full well what impact it could have on the residents there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McElrath. And with that, I'll put this motion to a... Oh, sorry. Thank you. In summing up, Councillor Hurrell.
I don't know why I actually said that, because I'm not really looking forward to this summing up. It's been a very extensive debate with many points of view put forward. So I won't attempt to cover them all, but I would just like to thank all councillors for their contribution. Many of the issues that I didn't feel able to cover in my already very long contribution were covered by others, particularly the question of amenity for nearby residents. And I'm trying to remember what the other one was. But anyway, those positions have been put, so I thank you for it. I would like to particularly thank Councillor Metcalfe for her summing up of the history of this site. It's very useful to understand, and it certainly reinforced my view of how, what appropriate development on this site should be. So I want to thank you for that. And I want to reiterate the statement that was made by some of my fellow councillors with regards to the traffic assessment, and that our concerns with it should not necessarily be construed as criticism of the expertise or professionalism of the people who did it, but rather concerns with the methodology that was adopted. I've already spoken for a very long time on this motion, so let me conclude by giving a general acknowledgement to everybody who has contributed to Council's consideration of this application. It has been a very difficult one, and we've required a great deal of information, and these are difficult issues, but all of the materials provided by the objectors, by the community, by the supporters, and by council officers and all of the experts that have contributed, and indeed by the applicant, have enabled these decisions to be as well informed as possible. So I would like to again say thank you to everyone who contributed to that process, and thank you for everybody for the debate tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. I'll now put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion is defeated unanimously. I will now ask councillors if there are any other motions regarding this item.
I'm willing to move the second.
Yep, that's good. Yep. Councillor Hurrell. He's going to require to read it first so everyone knows what the second is.
Thank you, Councillor Prince.
I will learn eventually. Thank you, Councillor Prince. I'd like to move that Council issue a notice of refusal to grant a planning permit for the use and development of 863 Wellington Street, Strathfield Say, for a convenience restaurant, display of associated signage and reduction in bicycle parking for the following reasons. 1. The proposed use of the land for a convenience restaurant is inconsistent with the preferred mix of uses for the site set out within Schedule 2 of the mixed-use zone and will result in a development which is incompatible with adjoining uses. The proposed use and development, A, will result in unacceptable adverse amenity impacts to nearby residential properties in terms of noise, odour and light spill through the proposed trading hours of 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, making it incompatible with adjoining residential uses in neighbouring precincts, and B, has a design which fails to provide an appropriate active frontage. 2, the design and siting of a proposed development is inconsistent with Schedule 28 to the design and development overlay, specifically being inconsistent with A, the design objective for the provision of active frontages that contribute to the amenity, public safety and pedestrian use of adjoining public space, and B, the building in not holding the corner is an appropriate urban design treatment for the entrance to the township, and the development is set back greater than between 0 and 2 metres from the front boundary as per Map 1 of the Design and Development Overlay Schedule. 3, the proposed use and development will have an unacceptable safety and traffic impacts on Club Court and the intersection with Wellington Street and will result in adverse amenity impacts on surrounding residents and users of this road by having access only via Club Court. 4, the proposed illuminated pole sign is inconsistent with the policy objectives at clause 1501-1L, as it A, will not complement the surrounding character of the area and will obstruct views along Strathfield Say Road, and B, will result in a large illuminated sign nearby to a residential area.
Thank you, Councillor Harrell. Do I have someone to second that motion? Councillor Corr. Councillor Harrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I've already spoken at great length about my concerns with this application in my contribution to the debate on the recommended motion, so I will not restate them now. Suffice it to say that my reasons for voting against issuing a permit are stated within this motion, and I support the motion. And I would just point out that the motion includes the other matter which I forgot in my summing up, which was the lack of an appropriate active frontage and holding the corner, which I acknowledge Councillor Karen Corr mentioned in her contribution in the earlier debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrell. Councillor Corr.
Nothing further to add, just that all the reasons for the refusal outline, pretty strongly the reasons why I put my refusal for this as explained further before.
Thank you, Councillor Corr. Any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Awasti.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take this opportunity to thank my fellow councillors for their contributions, to the city staff for your contribution, helping us reach the decisions and providing us background information and everything that we require to reach here, and importantly to the community objectors, everyone who's taken time to meet, to write, and to follow up. Thank you for your advocacy, and it's, as I said in my speech, it's wonderful that we have so many passionate people who care for the neighbourhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Awasti. Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Harrell, in summing up?
Nothing further.
And with that, I'll put this motion to a vote. Those in favour? The vote is unanimous. Motion carried. On to item 8.2, Lot 5, Bennett's Road, Longley, use and development of the land of agriculture, horse husbandry. We have a recommended motion before us. Do I have someone to move that? Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Someone to second? Councillor McElrath. Councillor Metcalfe.
Recommended motion is that Council 1 issue a notice of decision to refuse to grant a permit to allow the use and development of land for agricultural horse husbandry at Lot 5 Bennett's Road, Longley, 3551 on the following grounds. The proposal is inconsistent with the purpose and decision guidelines of the Rural Living Zone for the following reasons. The responsible authority cannot be satisfied that the proposed use and development of land for horse husbandry would not adversely affect the amenity of surrounding land uses. The site is unsuitable for the proposed use and development of land for horse husbandry, as it does not allow for adequate separation between the proposed development and nearby dwellings and is therefore not compatible with adjoining and nearby land uses. I have read all the planning information, the objections and the applicant's responses to these objections. The application proposes a harness racing exercise track that would occupy a substantial portion of the site. The track would be constructed from sand and is set back approximately 50 metres from the existing dwellings to the north. In spite of emails from the applicant in the last week saying they would move the site of the track, we are assessing the application that has been lodged. While this setback meets the minimum requirement, it does not remove the need for us to carefully consider the amenity impacts. Although the application includes measures intended to mitigate these impacts, such as operational controls and proposed vegetation screening, the limited separation distance, the absence of natural buffers and the residential character of the surrounding area raise concerns about the effectiveness and reliability of these mitigation strategies. I agree with the Planning Officer's recommendation to refuse the application. I'm not satisfied that the proposed use and development of the land for horse husbandry would avoid adverse impacts on the amenity of surrounding residents. As the planner advised us, this is not an appropriate site for this proposal, and the operational management plan provided by the applicant was notably light on details. I ask councillors to support refusing this application. The applicant retains the option to take the matter to VCAT, where it will be subject to another thorough planning assessment, and given they have provided amended site plans today, this is an appropriate outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor McElrath.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. Anyone who knows horses knows that this land is suitable for the use in the application. I cannot understand how the council officer has arrived at the conclusion that the site is not suitable for the purpose that the applicant has made. There are only 3 objectors and there is adequate separation between the applicant's property and the objectors. Yet again, they cite amenity, but there is no detail as to how this is going to adversely affect the area. There is adequate separation and the proposed use is consistent with the planning scheme. I'm at a loss as to why the council officers would recommend a refusal to grant. This is not like building a motocross track on a farming zone. This is appropriate use of land and the applicant has done everything a reasonable person would do in making this application. I cannot support the recommended motion and I urge the other councillors to vote the recommended motion down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McElrath. Is there any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Chatley.
Good evening, Mayor, again. CEO, fellow councillors, ELT, and my community members. I'm speaking against the motion. I do want to foreshadow that if the current motion is defeated, I have an alternate motion to propose. Thank you. I want to begin by acknowledging and giving full respect to the objectors and their views. Their concerns about amenity, environmental impact, and neighbourhood character are valid and important. I've taken these concerns seriously and considered them closely throughout this process, repeatedly revisiting their submissions and weighing their perspective against planning requirements and community expectations. My compassion and support for the objectors remain clear. Their voices have shaped the conditions and commitments we are discussing today. At the same time, after several considerations, careful review of the plan and reports provided, including the objective submissions, operational management plan, and the soil and pasture report by Nutrien AG Solutions, and the detailed planning report prepared by Aspect Planning Director Paul Connolly, I'm convinced that the applicant has demonstrated a genuine intent to work within the law and in cooperation with the neighbourhood. The applicant has approached this matter professionally and with empathy, offering practical solutions, supporting his application and objective concerns and compromises to address the issues raised. Importantly, the applicant has proven extensive experience in horse husbandry, and they have offered to commit that they will continue to work in accordance with council conditions and maintain open communication with neighbours to ensure ongoing compliance and harmony. My scale of considerations based on the following: objections versus applicant responses. Objectors' concern: setback non-compliance as per clause 14.01-2L-02 requires 500 meters. Applicant's response: site offers 50 meters setback. Applicant added landscaping screens and is open to additional screening or wall on shed's north side. And I am sure at the very last minute before this meeting, applicant has provided a better offer on this. Objector's next concern: dust and prevailing winds. Applicant's response and action: connection to Colaban water. Estimated cost to him $40,000 to $60,000. 3 tanks, water truck and a creek, sand track to minimize dust. Commitment to avoid horse work during extreme wind conditions.
Councillor Chatley, you require extension of time. Do I have someone to move that motion? Thank you, Councillor McElrath. Someone a second. Councillor Cosgrove. All those for? Motion's carried. Please continue.
Thank you, councillors. Objector's next concern: odor and manure management. Applicant's response and action: daily stable cleaning, paddock collection twice weekly, and off-site disposal to cabin fit sand and soil, no composting on site. Objector's next concern: visual amenity and landscaping. Applicant's response and action: cypress trees along northern boundary. Applicant open to alternative species suggested by council or residents. Commercial intent concern. Objector's concern: applicant's response and action: applicant reduced horse numbers from 10 to 6. Clarified horses are family owned and committed to building a dwelling for genuine and rural lifestyle usage. Objectors' further concern: water supply adequacy. Applicant's response and action: Colaban water connection confirmed, tanks and water truck included in operational plan. Objectors' final concern: soil sustainability. Applicant's response and action: professional ergonomic plan from nutrient AG solutions to improve soil health and pasture sustainability. Key specifications and commitments: horse numbers reduced to 6 from 10, hours of operation, daylight only, maximum 4 hours a day, dust suppressions, Colaban water connection, tanks, water trucks, creeks, and track. Manure management, daily cleaning, off-site disposal, screening, cypress trees, plus flexibility for alternatives. Soil plan, nutrient AG solution, recommendations for sustainable land management. Consideration for land usage. If we do not approve this application, we must ask ourselves, what other purpose will this land serve for decades? The property is zoned for rural living and agriculture. Without a viable agriculture use such as this, the land risks remaining underutilized over decades, effectively wasted, while still subject to the same amenity changes that come with the vacant rural land. Approving this permit ensures that land is used productively in a way that aligns with planning policy and community expectations. Hence, in my conclusion, this proposal represents a responsible agriculture use that respects community amenity, and environmental standards. I commend the ELT team for their work and availability throughout the process, and thanks to the public for the engagement, both here and online. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chatley. Is there any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Corr.
Thank you. I acknowledge the concerns raised by neighbouring residents, and the key point to consider here is that the property in question is in a rural living zone, not in an agricultural zone. And we've been asked to consider, is this proposal consistent with the purpose and decision guidelines of the rural living zone? Will the use and development of land for horse husbandry result in adverse amenity impacts to that surrounding area? The suggestion by some of the objectors is that a 500-metre setback should apply here, but that's actually not relevant. That requirement relates to the land use category of animal husbandry, which includes racing dogs. In this case, the proposal falls under horse husbandry, and the planning scheme does not require a 500-metre setback for this use. It's also important to note that a planning permit is not required for a dwelling in this zone. Therefore, the application can't be refused based on an assumption that a house might eventually be built, which was one of the objectors' concerns. The planning scheme allows the use of land for horse husbandry in this zone on the provision that it does not cause unacceptable impacts on the amenity of surrounding land uses. The officer's report states that adverse impacts cannot be managed, and this is where the decision does get tricky. The question around amenity impacts relates to dust and visual impacts to the houses that face that property who have chosen to live there in that rural living zone. This is where it's difficult to reconcile. On one hand, I can see that residents here have a view of the grass paddock, and this will change if the application is approved. And I do understand theirs and the planner's concerns. Dust, I am told by the planners, is one of the most difficult things to manage. And the management plan does seem a bit sparse on how this will be adequately managed. On the other hand, I can understand that the applicants have put forward a plan to say how they will manage that, but whether that's strong enough, I'm not sure. As I do also respect the council officer's professional opinion that this use is inappropriate from the land being zoned for rural living. So I'll wait to hear from what my other fellow councillors have to say, but I'm likely to approve the recommended motion to refuse. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Corr. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I can see strong arguments both in favour and against the motion to refuse the plan.
Sorry, Councillor Hurrell, can you just... Thanks, mate.
Yes. For those who might have not heard, I can see strong arguments both in favour and against the motion to refuse a planning permit for the development of a horse training facility at Bennett's Road. On one hand, I accept many people who choose to live in the rural living zone do so in order to have scope to combine some sort of rural or agricultural activity with their home. We have chooks on our rural living property, but other people around us keep sheep, horses and cattle, as well as facilities for training and caring for their animals. And indeed, I note there are a number of private trotting tracks in the Longley area and elsewhere in the municipality in rural living zones. This is part of what rural living means, and I am satisfied that it is not necessarily an unsuitable use for rural living land to keep and train horses to compete in trotting, so long as surrounding amenity is not unreasonably impacted. But that is the sticking point in this application. Because the primary purpose of the rural living zone is for living, the zone prioritises amenity for residents, and therefore decision-making on this application must give most weight to potential impacts that would arise from the use of this land for training trotting horses, primarily dust carried by the prevailing breeze, but also odour, noise, visual impacts and waste management. So I say to Councillor McElrath, these are the impacts that are being discussed. I just want to briefly speak about the nuisance that dust represents. It gets everywhere, coating your car, your windows, your washing, your dishes, and even your teeth. I'm sure that most people have lived through a dust storm and the aftermath. Imagine half a dozen horses kicking up dust 50 metres from your front door every single day. That said, I do accept that the applicant is an experienced trainer and of good intention, and that it may be possible for these amenity impacts to be managed. However, as Councillor Metcalfe said, we have to deal with the proposal which is before us. And I share the officer's concerns that as currently put forward, these impacts will not be sufficiently managed by what has been discussed. I must also take issue respectfully with Councillor Chatley characterising rural living properties that aren't used for any agricultural purposes as somehow wasted. Again, the primary use of rural living land is for living, and when that land is used for that purpose, it is not wasted. Do I need more time? I'm summing up.
Yes, you were required an extension of time. Do I have someone to move that motion? Thank you, Councillor Cosgrove. Someone to second. Councillor Metcalfe, those for. Motion is carried. Please continue.
Thank you. I note that the applicant has continued to suggest changes to the proposed development, including forwarding a possible modified plan to councillors as late as today. However, as I say, the decision must be made on the proposal that is before council tonight and included in the agenda. As such, I find that the operational plan, especially regards to managing dust, and the landscaping plan to plant a row of cypress pines is not currently sufficient to assure me that the impacts of the development on neighbouring houses will be mitigated and thus that the requirements of the rural living zone are met. I therefore have no other choice than to support the motion before council, which declines to issue a permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Wasti.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge the work of the city staff in preparing this motion and thank all the objectors for raising concerns regarding amenity, dust, odour and waste. These are valid considerations that deserves attention. I note, and it's already been said a few times, that the proposed use and development of land for agriculture aligns with rural living zone. However, the primary purpose of rural living zone is for residential. The application has, although the application has demonstrated, or the applicant has demonstrated experience, a commitment to collaboration and a willingness to adopt measures for dust, odor, noise and waste. However, I do acknowledge that measures such as the proposed vegetation screening will take years to mature. The key concern, as Councillor Hurrell said, the key concern raised has been whether the horse husbandry will adversely impact the amenity of surrounding properties, particularly at the residential interface. Relying on the expert opinion from the council staff and my own assessment that the proposed use will impact and will adversely impact the amenity. Therefore, I'm inclined to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Awassi. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Metcalfe, in summing up.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you, councillors, for your contributions tonight. I actually found the operational management plan to be very light in detail. I do think, I know Councillor Chatley has talked about the applicant demonstrating genuine intent, but in fact, these plans have been in for 6 months now, and the opportunity to move that harness racing track has been there for 6 months, or even in conversations over that period of time. That could have happened with that. I'm going to say, if you've ever been to the trots, the water trucks go around constantly in between races, and there is a reason for this, and it is to keep the dust down. So could you imagine, for 4 hours a day, 6 horses are running around the track creating dust, and the people who move there, and I agree with Councillor Hurrell on this, people who move to rural living area move there for the living. So I ask councillors to support this recommended motion to refuse this application.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. And with that now, I'll put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Councillors Awasti, Councillor Kaur, Councillor Metcalfe, Councillor Hurrell, Councillor Cosgrove and Councillor Prince. Those against? Councillor Spong, Councillor Chatley and Councillor McElrath. The motion is carried. Moving on to Report 8.3, Surplus Land Summary of Engagement and Recommendations. Before we do begin, I thought I'd just clarify for those who are following along. Before us here in item 8.3, we have 10 individual motions. So we're going to go through them one by one. The first 9 are pertaining to specific sites within the report, and the 10th motion is in relation to the preceding 9 decisions. This is quite unique, and I thought I'd just best explain before we do continue. However, doing it this way allows councillors to debate the merits on each site on a case-by-case basis. So with that, we have a recommended motion 1 before us. Do I have someone to move that motion? Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Someone a second? Councillor Spong. Councillor Metcalfe.
So the recommendation is that Council declare Settlement Road, Elmore, a surplus to the city's needs. And what I will say, because I'm not going to repeat this every time that we have a debate on this, the city has a large asset base and, like any organisation, regularly reviews whether all of its assets are still required. This is good asset management and sound financial practice. In the years ahead, I expect every council will need to make decisions about which assets should be sold, with the proceeds placed into reserves. These funds can then be reinvested into building new assets or improving those we choose to remain. I will say on this motion that in fact there were no submissions. It's zoned farming land, Schedule 1, and I'm not sure the city needs a small block zoned farming out in Elmore. I ask councillors to consider declaring this block as surplus to the city's needs.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Spong.
Nothing to add.
Thank you, Councillor Spong. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first of us, as you've mentioned, of a series of motions relating to land that has been identified as potentially surplus that Council will vote upon tonight. As such, I intend to utilise my team's time speaking to this motion to outline the criteria which I intend to apply to my decision making, not just for this item, for all of the parcels considered, and hopefully save some time by doing so. To begin with, I want to say that I don't find the term potentially surplus to be the best way to describe these parcels of land. Surplus implies an item that is in excess of what is needed or can be used. An example that anyone who has ever grown their own vegetables might be familiar with: if you plant zucchini, there's a very good chance that at some point you will have more zucchini than you can eat, give away, or indeed even contemplate. You will have a surplus. However, land isn't something that grows like zucchini. There is a finite amount within the city of Greater Bendigo, and a finite amount of that is under the city's control. And once it is disposed of, it's very difficult to get back, unlike zucchini. So I prefer to think of these parcels as land whose strategic benefit now or in the future, or in the foreseeable future, I should say, is insufficient to justify their retention under public ownership. Although I admit that is a phrase that doesn't exactly trip off the tongue. It also begs the question, what is a current or future strategic benefit? Well, to my mind, it is a function that serves the established direction of our city, including, but certainly not limited to, providing equitable access to public open space, providing more and more suitable and affordable housing within existing urban boundaries, retaining the unique characteristics that make Bendigo an attractive place to live and work, using the funds available to the city in a responsible way, and minimising the environmental and ecological and social impacts of our city. The problem is, of course, that often these strategic imperatives will pull in different directions. So Council's job is to sort through them to determine what is in the best interests of the city as a whole, which doesn't mean that everybody has to directly benefit from a particular decision, but just that the balance of benefits and costs has to come out with a positive answer. So on the question of whether it is morally acceptable to sell parcels of land owned by the council, moral questions also very often involve balancing different priorities. Sometimes a decision requires balancing several undesirable outcomes. What I can assure members of our community, and those who are here tonight especially, and those listening, is that I have taken into account all points of view expressed on these questions. I've read all of the emails and petitions and other communications I've received, and I've considered the decisions very carefully and thoughtfully, and with reference to my values and indeed my morals. I may not reach the conclusions you would prefer.
Councillor Hurrell, sorry.
But my decisions certainly won't be taken lightly, and I request an extension.
Oh, it will require an extension of time. Thank you, Councillor Cosgrove. Someone a second. Councillor Metcalfe. Those for. Carried. Please continue.
Because I must now turn to the property at Settlement Road, Elmore, which as Councillor Metcalfe has said, is a small property in the farming zone. I do not believe that this property has any strategic benefit in its retention under council ownership, and no feedback has been received from the community to suggest otherwise. I am therefore satisfied this property is suitable for investigation for sale, and I thus support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Is there any other speakers to this motion? In that case, Councillor Metcalfe, in summing up.
I'll be brief with summing up. I think it's really important that, as Councillor Hurrell and I have both talked about, the thinking that goes in behind the decisions that we are making tonight on each of the 9 individual properties. But I do encourage councillors to declare Settlement Road Elmore a surplus to city's needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. And with that, I'll put that motion to a vote. Those for. Motion is carried unanimously. We have our recommended motion 2 before us. Do I have someone to move this motion? Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Someone a second? Councillor Call. Councillor Metcalfe.
So the recommended motion is that Council declare Crown Allotment 10 Fosterville as surplus to the city's needs. Again, this is zone farming. It has a bushfire management overlay. It's not a big block. There's no strategic reason for the city to hold this block. So, and we had no submissions either on this. So I encourage councillors to vote to support that this land is declared surplus to the city's needs.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Corr.
Yeah, for all the reasons that Councillor Metcalfe outlined, I don't see that we need this land as a strategic piece of land for the city.
Thank you, Councillor Corr. Are there any other speakers to this motion? In that case, Councillor Metcalfe, in summing up? No worries. We'll put this motion to a vote. Those for? Motion is carried unanimously. On to recommended motion number 3. Do I have someone to move this motion? Councillor Awasti. Someone a second? Councillor Hurrell. Councillor Awasti.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the recommended motion that the council declare the land identified as the Strand, Kennington as surplus to the city's need. Thank you. And thank you to my fellow councillors for the opportunity to speak on this very important matter. As we know, and Councillor Metcalfe has mentioned that the City of Greater Bendigo manages a complex portfolio of assets worth over $3 billion. And as our city grows, the portfolio will continue to expand, and that's why we regularly review our asset base and identify surplus land for potential sale. In May 2025, the Strand was one of 8 properties flagged as potentially surplus. And I want to make a note that this was the only parcel that was zoned as public park and recreation zone. Since May, we have undertaken extensive community engagement. And the heart of that community engagement has been to listen to the community. And I want to sincerely thank Hunter Gill, Philippa Reid, Colin Carrington, and many other residents who have advocated for it. And a special shout out to the 50 kids, mostly under 10, whose heartfelt message reminds me every day of the importance of the Strand. And I keep this picture or the letter with me from those 50-odd kids. And I've had the opportunity to meet most of them over there. Over the past 6 months, I've attended several meetings with the residents. I've met the residents. I've read hundreds of emails from passionate locals, and I have driven past the Strand countless times. Every time, I have seen it being used by someone for something. In my assessment, while the rezoning and selling of the Strand might generate revenue for the city, I believe it would be a loss to the community. From the feedback I have received, and as I weigh community needs against broader planning and financial objectives, it's clear that the Strand holds a value that cannot be measured on any planning or accounting document. Therefore, I urge my fellow councillors to not support the recommended motion to declare 6 the Strand in Kennington as surplus.
Thank you, Councillor Owassi. Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. 6 the Strand is the first of 3 parcels of urban public open space that will be considered tonight as to whether they are serving a strategic purpose for our city or should be considered for disposal. I should begin by acknowledging that all 3 of these parcels are valued by the nearby residents. If that were the only criteria guiding this decision, then these decisions would be easy. But unfortunately they are not, because there are other matters that must be considered, including the need for increased housing within the existing urban boundary, equity of access to public open space, the need for public open space in areas where higher housing density is high, and our responsibility to be careful when choosing how to spend the money entrusted to us. With regards to 6 the Strand, it is a block of land basically the same size as the other parcels in the area that have single dwellings built on them, with space for good-sized front and backyards. There are 2 other play spaces nearby, including the large Ross Park playground only a block away, albeit on the other side of Steen Street. If it were to be sold, if 6 the Strand were to be sold, it would be able to accommodate housing while maintaining access to public open space in the adjacent play spaces for residents, also enabling the procurement or improvement of public open space in areas that are currently less well served than the Strand would be, even if housing were to be built at number 6. As such, I believe the strategic outcomes for the whole municipality favour declaring 6 the Strand surplus. I know that my decision in this matter will disappoint the people who have lobbied hard for it and long for its retention, many of whom are here tonight. And I reiterate, this is not an easy decision. But at the end of the day, my decision comes down, in my mind, to fairness. I know it will be a little further to go to play for the children of the Strand, but I hope they and the adults who care for them understand that other children like them need places to play too. And this decision is intended to help make that possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Kaur.
Thank you. From a planning and open space perspective, I understand why this land has been identified as potential surplus. The park is a small 910 square metres, in fact, and it doesn't necessarily connect to a walking and cycling network. There's another park just 420 metres away, although to get to this park requires crossing a busy road. The Strand is listed as to be reviewed in the Parks and Open Space Strategy, which was a significant piece of work focused on fairness, equity, and what our city needs overall at a very detailed level. As councillors, we face difficult decisions. We must weigh what benefits the entire municipality. But for those who know me, you know I deeply value community. I believe it's one of the most precious things we can nurture. Community brings benefits that don't show up in a financial report: social connection, health and well-being, and the ability to support each other in times of need. These are the things our city needs more than ever. In future developments, yes, avoid creating small pocket parks if there's a larger park nearby. But when a strong sense of community already exists around a space, we should think twice before taking that away. Some might say this neighbourhood is privileged, that others don't have the same opportunity. My response is, community doesn't just happen. Community is built, often in small, imperfect spaces like the Strand. It's messy, it's organic, and it is beyond our control. And here at the Strand, it's thriving, and that deserves respect. I know selling this land would help address funding gaps and maintenance requirements. We all know the pressures of rate caps and asset renewal, but we also know the growing challenges of mental health, social isolation, loneliness, and safety. These issues cost us too, sometimes far more than a park ever will. So I believe we can do better. We can find other ways to meet our financial challenges without dismantling what's working. For these reasons, I cannot support declaring this land surplus. And to the community, if this space remains, please keep doing your part. Council investment will be limited, so continue to care for it, use it, and grow the sense of belonging you've created. That's what makes Bendigo stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kaur. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Metcalfe.
In considering my position on this parcel of land, I want to acknowledge the many residents of the Strand who have contacted me and expressed their strong connection to this space. I also need to balance those views with the broader needs and responsibilities of the entire municipality and make the following point. But both Councillor Kaur and Councillor Hurrell have already made reference to a suitable play space being close by, and there are others located within about a kilometre of this land. I don't believe that the land needs to be held in perpetuity by the city, even though it was a gift to the city, because that was more than 50 years ago when the subdivision occurred, and I don't believe it needs to be held in perpetuity. Under current policy and planning philosophies, the city would not accept land of this nature as a gift for public open space contributions today. The land is essentially an undeveloped vacant block, and the city has no plans to develop it for recreational use in the future. For these reasons, I support declaring the land surplus.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. Well, I'd firstly like to thank all of the residents who made submissions around this proposal and the others as well. Whatever happens tonight, if the decision does not go your way, it's not for want of doing everything you possibly could to put your view, and I think that that's really all that we can hope for as councillors, to have that level of engagement from the community to guide our decisions. Having said that, I do find myself agreeing with the methodology that Councillor Hurrell put forward in his contribution, which is to say that while if it were simply the case that whether or not the Strand, number 6, the Strand, should remain a park or not, then that would be a very straightforward proposition. But the proposition is actually, how best do we equitably distribute every single dollar spent on our amenities across the entire city? And the fact of the matter is that there are, real disparities in terms of how that is, currently sort of dispersed in the city. I could think of areas in my own ward where, the kind of similar space is just a stand of box ironbark trees, which, great for climbing in, but it's sort of, that's the sort of the equivalent to the pocket park here. And so, that those areas also don't necessarily have, other parks within 500 metres that are, do have the amenities, do have the toilets, do have all the rest of it, the higher level of care, of support going into them. So, given that our goal is to achieve that equity, and that this this park, as Councillor Metcalfe said, would not be accepted today under the current regime. I am in favour of the motion and of declaring that land surplus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cosgriff. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor McElrath.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. The start of this is going to actually relate to the other blocks of land at Lona Close and in, what's the other one, in Lindsay Court. So please, bear with me. When I was in the Army, if you needed a new pair of boots, you would go to the Q store and ask for a new pair of boots. At that time, the QE would go and come back with a pair of boots and state that this is the last pair of boots and that they couldn't give them to you because someone else might want them. This is what we're doing here. These people, they have a plot of land that they're able to use for their community. But what we're doing is saying someone else might need that. So we're going to take that away from you and we're going to give it to someone else. Who, we don't know. But someone might need it. Now, to me, that's not fair. Nowhere near it. Never mind that you were someone that needed the pair of boots. These are the people that need that block of land. They need it right now. And imagine that you've been a resident of development since it was built, and now you're being told that you are going to lose your land because someone else might need it. Need some open space. I'm boggled as to why the city has deemed the land at the Strand as surplus. Given that the community use this as a meeting point, are actively using it, and when I attended the site yesterday, there were kids there having a game of cricket, just hitting the ball around, having a bit of fun. And there were kids there riding bikes around in a safe location, as well as parents sitting on the seats watching them as they were playing. The community looks after this block, and given that this is a subdivision that was made by a developer and that was made to keep this area as public, open space, and to give to the city, I cannot understand why it is deemed no longer required, given that the community are using it. I guess the socialist view is to take something away from those that have it in order to give it to someone else who may want it instead. This is not fair and is not very inclusive of the council who supposedly are inclusive. I'm sure that if you ask the people of the Strand, Lona Close, or actually I won't go into those ones, I'll wait until that, if they feel included, that they are being considered by the council's inclusion plans. In fact, they are being excluded.
Councillor McElrath, you require extra extension of time if you find your spot. Do I have someone to move that motion? Yeah, Councillor Harrell, someone a second. Councillor McElrath, those for. Motion carried. Please continue.
So consider the fact that this land is being used by the community, by ratepayers, and to take this away is a kick in the guts to those that put so much towards the city. We were originally told that the proceeds from the sale would go to the Open Spaces Fund, but now it is just going into a budget. The city is struggling to find enough money to pay for everything. Rather than sell those plots of land, which the community and ratepayers are using, the council could possibly think about... No, I won't go into that one, that'd be bad.
Councillor Prince, Mayor Prince, I just want to raise the point that there's been an error in fact, because when we moved to by Councillor McElrath, because when we moved to recommendation 10, it actually says that the proceeds from any sale are deposited into the public space reserve or the land and buildings reserve in line with relevant policies. So to say it's just going into the budget is in fact incorrect.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. One moment while I consider that.
Can I respond to that?
Unfortunately not, sorry. It's not a debate, it's something for me to make a call on. And I do tend to agree with Councillor Metcalfe. We are moving a motion that's quite specific to where that's going, and it's our job to hold them to account. So I please ask you to retract that statement and please continue. Councillor McElrath, those for. Motion carried. Please continue. Thank you, Councillor McElrath. One moment while I consider that. Unfortunately not, sorry. It's not a debate, it's something for me to make a call on. And I do tend to agree with Councillor Metcalfe. We are moving a motion that's quite specific to where that's going, and it's our job to hold them to account. So I please ask you to retract that statement and please continue.
Yeah, all right. We'll take it back, but yeah. Okay. Everything, yeah. Using. So I was going to say that maybe instead of selling these plots of land, we could stop catering every single meeting that the council have and use the money that they would use for their catering budget instead and put that towards any future uses.
Councillor Prince,
Yes.
the point of order. In fact, there's lack of relevance to the motion before council, the last statement that Councillor McElrath has said.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe, and I think you suspect that I'll agree with that, Councillor McElrath, so I'll please ask you to retract that statement.
Unfortunately, my microphone wasn't on loud enough, but yeah, I'll retract that as well. Anyway, that will... Yep, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McElrath. I'll ask if there's any other speakers to this motion. Councillor Chatley.
Thank you, Mayor. I left it to the last minute. I don't know how by default, I expected a deep empathy towards this asset, but that's not been the case on the table. Anyways, I rise tonight to speak firmly against the motion to declare 6 The Strand, Kennington as surplus to council's needs and to proceed with the sale. This is not just a matter of land use. It is a matter of community trust, public health, and responsible urban planning. 6 The Strand is a vital piece of open space that serves the immediate neighbourhood. It is a safe, accessible area where children play, families gather, and residents find respite. It is not a redundant asset. It is a living part of the community fabric. The officer's report suggests the area is well serviced by other parks, but those alternatives requires crossing major roads and travelling considerable distances. Barriers that disproportionately affect children, the elderly, and those without transport. This is not equitable access. It is a downgrade in safety and quality of life. We must also consider the precedent that this sale would set. If we sell a small, well-used reserve like this one, what message are we sending to our residents? That short-term financial gain outweighs long-term community well-being. The cost of maintaining 6 The Strand is minimal. The value it provides is immense, and once it's gone forever. I urge my fellow councillors to reject the motion. Let us stand with our community. Let us preserve this space, not just for today, but for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chatley. I'll ask if there's any other further speakers to this motion. In that case, Councillor Owastian, summing up.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. Thank you, fellow councillors, for your heartful debate. It's wonderful to hear from everyone. And in summing up, can I just say that this is not only a parcel of land for the resident who live and use that every single day. And as Councillor McElrath has mentioned that yesterday when he would have drove past, he saw kids having a game of cricket and on bikes. And I said that in my opening remarks that every time I've driven past this parcel of land, I've seen someone use it for something. And that's really important for me. I know it's a small piece of land. It potentially will have a single dwelling, just over 900 square meter area will have a single dwelling, but that will not meet the needs of our community in terms of the housing in a long term. it would be a loss for the community, and as Councillor Kaur said, that this parcel of land does not connect with the walking and cycling pathways, so not being able to provide that safe passage for our young users onto those alternate sites. And this is what community is built on. We can do better and grow that sense of belonging. And I do, in saying that, I do urge my fellow councillors to consider that it would be a loss to the community, and I urge my fellow councillors to not support the recommended motion to declare the Strand in Kennington as surplus.
Thank you, Councillor Rossi. I'll now put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Metcalfe, Councillor Hurrell, Councillor Cosgriff and Councillor Prince. All those opposed? Councillor Rossi, Councillor Spong, Councillor Kaur, Councillor Chatley, Councillor McElrath. The motion is defeated. On to recommended motion 4. Do I have someone to move this motion? Councillor Hurrell, someone to second. Councillor Metcalfe, Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the motion that Council declare former Leichhardt Hall and tennis courts on Cleary Road, Leichhardt, as surplus to the city's needs. And I move this motion regretfully, because community halls are a link to our past, and for many people they have deep meaning because of their personal and community history that they embody. Birthday celebrations, weddings and wakes, as well as more prosaic events have been held in them over the course of many years. And of course, most, or many, if not most, community halls were built with the support of their communities before being transferred to the council at a later time. From my perspective, preservation of our heritage is a strategic priority, so I feel an impulse towards retaining such facilities. That said, the retention of heritage cannot be a straitjacket on decision making, and this facility in particular is no longer fit for purpose and would require significant investment of funds to make it so. I regretfully agree that such expenditure would not be in line with the strategic priority of responsible management of ratepayers' money, and in the absence of a clear signal from the Leichhardt community, I regretfully accept that the balance of strategic priorities favours declaring this land surplus, and I therefore commend the motion to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell, for that. Again, it's in the farming zone, Schedule 1. There are no active user groups on the site, and it probably reflects a migration, or not a moving out rather, of people from rural areas into cities like the city of Greater Bendigo. And I agree, it is the site, those rural halls are great value for the communities, but in this case, the community is not asking us to keep it.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Is there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Hurrell, in summing up.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Then I'll move this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. On to recommended motion 5. Do I have someone to move this motion? Thank you, Councillor Kaur. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Kaur.
I move the motion that Council declare Crown Allotment 61C, Hulliston Road, Leichhardt as surplus to the city needs. I don't really have anything further to say to this other than, again, it didn't have any objections or comments about this, so I don't think it's part of, I don't think it's in Council's interest to keep it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kaur. Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you, Councillor Kaur. You were right. There were no submissions from the community to keep this one. Going in the farming zone, Schedule 1, either the city needs to move into farming or we need to move some of our surplus land that is actually zoned farming, declare it surplus, to see what will happen with it. I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Do I have any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Corrin, summing up.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Then I'll move this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. On to recommended motion 6. Do I have someone to move the motion? Councillor Hurrell. A seconder? Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council declare the former Lockwood Tennis Club at 519 Crusoe Road, Lockwood, as surplus to the city's needs. I am, well, pleased is the wrong word, but I am here to support this motion to declare the site of the former Lockwood Tennis Club surplus to the city requirements. This site is within the ward of Ravenswood, and indeed I pass it most days, sometimes several times a day, as I travel to and from my home into the city, so I know it well. The site is roughly halfway between Kangaroo Flat and the Calder Alternate Highway, and apart from a few nearby houses, there is little other infrastructure. The courts are in a state of disrepair. There is a tin shed for shelter, and local tennis players now use the courts in Lockwood South, which are much more modern and in better repair, as well as being in what I might venture to call the Lockwood South Community Precinct. I also note that there were submissions received both in support and opposing the declaration of this site as surplus. I just want to briefly address some of the reasons given by the people who opposed declaring this one as surplus. First, it was suggested the site could be used as an alternate community facility. While I do favour council owning land for that purpose, I suggest that the isolation of this property does not lend itself to a community facility in the foreseeable future. Therefore, I do not see that this is a strategic reason for retaining this site. It was also suggested that this site be used as public open space. While a worthy suggestion, I think residents in this area do have access to an abundance of public space, both in their private properties and in the Bendigo National Park, the Crusoe Conservation Park, Lockwood South Oval and Bullock Creek Reserve, to name but a few. I do not think that there is a strategic purpose served by making this site public open space. And it was also pointed out in feedback that the site is too small to be eligible for a dwelling without a planning permit. While this is certainly true, there are other possible uses, not least of which is consolidation into a neighbouring parcel. In any event, this objection does not mean that there is a strategic reason to retain this site in city hands. In conclusion then, I do not see any strategic advantage for the people of Greater Bendigo in the city retaining this property. I'm therefore supporting the motion to declare it surplus to the city's requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say talk about the Lockwood South tennis courts having been upgraded, so the city doesn't need to retain the former Lockwood Tennis Club courts because they aren't being used right now. But it is an example of what funds from the sale of surplus land can do. It can upgrade existing recreational facilities that we do have, and then the community gets a far better facility. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we're doing these votes as well. And for these reasons, I support this motion to declare this land surplus.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Hurrell, in summing up.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank Councillor Metcalfe for that point that she's made in her contribution to the debate. It is important that we maintain and upgrade facilities as much as possible, but unfortunately money is not infinite. Every dollar that we spend has to come from somewhere, and there are very few people who are lining up to pay higher rates. So we have to make sure that we are responsibly using funds, as Councillor Metcalfe has said. So with that, I will conclude and commend the motion to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. I will now put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. On to recommended motion 8. Do I have someone to... Whoa. Thank you. Thank you. On to recommended motion 7. Do I have someone to move this motion? Councillor Cosgriff. Someone to second? Councillor Corr. Councillor Cosgriff.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommended motion is that Council declare the land identified as Rear 158 Eaglehawk Road, Long Gully, open parentheses, car park, close parentheses, as surplus to the city's needs. This is the smallest and I think goofiest block that we have to consider tonight. I don't know how it came into our possession. I'm sure there is a story behind that, but essentially it is a block the size of 2 car parks behind some shops, and therefore, is not of great utility to the city, and therefore I commend the motion to declare it a surplus land.
Thank you, Councillor Cosgriff. Councillor Corr.
Thank you. I do want to... There were a number of surveys and submissions and a petition received for this one. So it's clear that the small piece of land which provides 2 car parks is of value to the local people. The problem is the benefits of this is mostly for the 2 businesses. And the question we're being asked here is this land required by council? And the answer in my mind is it's not. We do not need this land. So by offering it as surplus, it actually gives the council the opportunity to sell the land either to the businesses or others in the local area, or even lease the land. And potentially, this could be used in a way by the locals that they want it. So that's why I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Corr. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mayor. It is the Commercial Zone 1 and has a heritage overlay on it. I'm not quite sure how a car park gets a heritage overlay on it. And, there were the petition that came in, and there's talk about, the need for a car park there. But I know that when I drive past, I see a significant car park with Chemist Warehouse there as well. But I'm sure that people could pull in there to do their business there. There's currently no plan in place for the use of this land, and the city is paying fees on this land, including land tax. If the owners are not interested in purchasing at the current time, then the city would ideally work through a final licence arrangement for the continued use of this land. This is consistent with the current approach being taken with other car parks being used largely for the benefit of commercial businesses in urban Bendigo. The identification of the land as surplus will allow for the sale of land at an appropriate time, given the land, and I agree with Councillor Corr, it's not needed for the city's service delivery. But by declaring the land surplus, these 2 options can be explored by the city.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Cosgriff, in summing up.
Nothing further.
In that case, I'll put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Owassi, Councillor Spong, Councillor Corr, Councillor Choutley, Councillor Metcalfe, Councillor Hurrell, Councillor Cosgriff, Councillor Prince. Those against? Councillor McElrath. The motion is carried. Just make sure I haven't flipped forward too quickly. No. On to recommended motion 8. Do I have someone to move the motion? Councillor Spong. Someone second. Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Spong.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. That the council declare 3 Lona Close, Spring Gully, as surplus to the city needs. I'd firstly like to thank the Directorate, Brian Wesley, and Bridget Maplestone and the staff for the amount of work that they have been that has been put into bringing these motions before us tonight, and the level of community consultation and engagement. I would also like to thank the residents of Lona Close and Spring Gully for the endless amount of campaigning, the petition, in making your voices heard. Showing us all at this table tonight how deeply important that this parcel of land means to you and the community. Well, with this item on the agenda that we've all been waiting for, it's taken us so long to get here. Lona Close is currently used for recreation, public enjoyment, visual amenity, and offers the community well-being as well as social connection. It is accessible to all, including those with disability, due to the flat nature of the land, and provides a space for social and community gatherings on a regular basis. It has minimal costs associated with upkeep and expense to the council, as it requires little to no maintenance, as the community cut the grass and the site has no building structures or play equipment. When purchasing a property, most of us look at location, schools, good neighbourhoods and community, healthcare, libraries, and of course, open space. You might even go to say you'll pay a premium for this, even sacrifice some things like downsizing or smaller allotments. And you might even go further to say that's what happened in this case. Most residents of the area in Spring Gully bought around 3 Lona Close with the impression and belief that the land would never be sold off for development, but instead left within the community for all to use. If it was sold off for a development, the impacts to the amenity are incomprehensible. Health and well-being of the residents in the immediate area, safety with traffic in and out of the close. With new planning regulations, there could be 3-storey apartments with neighbours not allowing to object, that will affect the neighbourhood character. With declaring these open space as surplus land, it certainly, I can't even read my writing, way to solving but with declaring these surplus land as open space as surplus land, it certainly won't go any way to solving the housing crisis that we currently see today. I just believe, and I will emphasise on that even though they're ideal for development, with the amount of houses that you can put on these small parcels of land, the impact isn't going to be significant enough.
Councillor Spong, you will require an extension of time. Thank you, Councillor Cord first, and Councillor Chatley to second. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Please continue.
Thank you, guys. That's my second time extension tonight. I'm on a roll. I believe that we are not a council that wants to send a message to the community to sell off open space to make way for urban infill. that does more harm than good. Melbourne City Council are currently buying back land and property at an absolute premium at the moment due to a shortage of open space, parks and recreational areas. We as a city need to hold on to ours as long as we possibly can and protect it for future generations to come. Lona Close not only has very minimal costs associated to it, but currently doesn't have any footpaths. The road is very narrow in and out of the close. If the site was to be developed, when you're entering, if a car is entering from both sides of the close, the visibility is very minimal. With the current surge in development in Flora Hill and Spring Gully, One Tree Hill, Retreat Road, with a new retaining and preserving existing open space that we already have is extremely important. Retreat Road will have 160 plus houses alone. So another argument is that with all these new developments going on and no open space allocated for it, why not retain what we currently have and let those new developments or the residents of those new developments use that? That'll be it for the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Spong. Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to assume, Councillor Spong, you didn't actually say it, but you're not supporting declaring 3 Lona Close Spring Gully as surplus to the city's needs. And I actually agree with you on that. I really want to thank the Hamiltons and the people in Lona Close who invited us out there one day, and we did a long walk, I'm going to say, to have a look at the other public spaces that are in that area. And what we found was that they're on much steeper land, and certainly they are public open spaces, but they're suitable for mountain goats, not for people. So I don't consider that they are suitable public space for the community. And it may have seemed a strange request, John and Kay, when I kept saying, I want to have a look at your backyard. But you very kindly opened up your house and took us through so that we could have a look at your backyard. And if I said it wasn't much bigger than this table, it was an indication to me that people had bought in that area. They had smaller blocks compared to all the other development that was around them. They had smaller backyards because they had this public open space at the front of the Lona Close that they could then use as their community public open space. For those reasons, I think the open space at 3 Lona Close provides important public amenity for the residents that live there. And for these reasons, I do not support declaring this land surplus.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Are there any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Chatley.
Thank you, Mayor. I simply and strongly...
Councillor Chatley, your microphone, please.
Sorry. I simply and strongly oppose the motion to sell 3 Lona Close, Spring Gully. This reserve is not surplus.
Councillor Prince, there's a point of order there. Councillor Chatley is referring to us as selling the land. The motion before us is whether or not we declare the land surplus to the city's needs. It's not talking about the sale of the land.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. I do tend to agree. So you'd need to, if you've got further references, perhaps rephrase.
Yep. Just continue.
Yeah, please continue. And your microphone.
The microphone.
Thank you.
I should be wearing a microphone here.
Thank you.
Yep. I simply and strongly oppose the motion. This reserve is not a surplus. It's essential. I'll be echoing some words from Councillor Metcalfe as well Councillor Spong. A petition with 121 signatures, 11 submissions and 19 surveys, I hope these numbers are right, shows overwhelming community opposition. Residents use this space daily for exercise, connection and well-being. It's flat, safe and accessible, especially for older adults and children. Other reserves cited are not comparable. They are sloped, trade, or across busy roads. Lorna Close is unique and irreplaceable. Development would worsen traffic, remove mature trees, and damage neighborhood character. Residents bought homes here with the understanding this land would remain public open space. Selling it now breaks that trust. Consultation was inadequate, although I fully trust in my ELT team's extensive work, and without that we cannot ever make any decision. But I regret to say consultation was inadequate. Only nearby homes were notified, despite wider use. And with an aging population, we need more accessible green space, not less. The financial gain is minimal. The community loss is permanent. I urge Council to vote against this motion and retain 3 Lorna Close for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chatley. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Kaur.
Thank you. Before I talk about Lorna Close, I just want to direct people to page 30 of the open space strategy, which I've referenced before that this is actually a really big piece of work. But there is a page on page 30 which I think we need to keep in mind with these decisions. And this page is titled Integrate Pockets of Vegetation and Other Small Public Spaces. I'm just going to read a little bit because I just want to give this context as well. Small pockets of public space are an understated but important aspect of Greater Bendigo, particularly some residential areas. They include pockets of vegetation that have been preserved amongst housing development and incidental spaces created at street intersections due to unusual street layouts or road closures. These are often unimproved by amenities. Additionally, there are numerous small-scale neighbourhood open spaces, often just the size of a house block or so, that have vegetation and a basic level of infrastructure, such as seating or a playground. These spaces are highly variable in nature and may variously contribute social, recreational or biodiversity values. They sometimes function as neighbourhood pedestrian links. They are often important to the character and amenity of the urban environment and also add to the valued feeling of openness in developed areas of the city. Looking ahead, the presence of these small spaces will take on an increasing importance as our population grows and the city becomes more built up. Now, I know the open space strategy is an enormous amount of work where they've assessed lots of these little pocket parks to see which ones are being reviewed and not. And the ones that are before us are the ones that are being reviewed. That does not mean that they're not needed. It's just up to us to work out whether they are important to keep based on the feedback and our assessment of what we think of them. So I just thought it was really important to point that out because we often talk about the need to get rid of these pocket parks for funding, but I also needed to note that it's actually in the open space strategy as well. So going back to Lorna Close, on paper, Lorna Close looks like a candidate for surplus land. It's relatively close to other green spaces. It's about 400 to 500 metres from 2 reserves and roughly 150 metres from Spring Gully Reserve across Retreat Road. So I can understand why it's been put for us to consider. But as Councillor Metcalfe mentioned, when we look closer, the 2 reserves that that have been pointed out as being 400 to 500 metres away, they're really just pockets of bushland. They're small, awkward spaces with some trees, and they're not designed for gathering, sitting or play. They're not easily accessible. And the Spring Reserve that's mentioned as being 150 metres away is also bushland with a walking track that links to parks and sports grounds several hundred metres away. It's not a play space or a community hub. And that's why I believe there is still a need for Lorna Close, not just for the homes in that street, but for the surrounding residential areas.
Councillor Kaur, you will require an extension of time. Moved by Councillor Hurrell, seconded by Councillor Metcalfe. All those for? Motion carried. Please continue.
Thank you. So it does provide something these other spaces do not, a usable, accessible place for people to gather and connect. Therefore, I do not support the motion to declare Lona Close as surplus land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kaur. Any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Wasti.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to the Strand, I have met, heard and read feedback from several residents of Lona Close and the surrounding neighbourhood. I'll be brief because a lot of things have already been mentioned by my fellow councillors, but I just wanted to note that this block is just over 800 square metres, 812 to be exact, in a general residential zone area with bushfire management overlay, meaning there would be limitations on what can and can't be done at the site. However, the feedback from residents has been consistent. This space is valued by the community, not just as land, but as a place that contributes to the local character and livability. Many have highlighted its role in providing a safe and quiet area for families and children, and its importance in maintaining green space within a growing urban environment. And as Councillor Kaur rightly mentioned, these small pockets of spaces, they are understated but very important. My thanks to John Hamilton and everyone and all the residents for their fearless advocacy. And in my observation, the alternatives offered in Eliza Code and Annabelle Code are awkward and not suitable due to their topography and steep angles, and Councillor Metcalf already highlighted that out. Community sentiment is clear. This land is more than an asset. It is a part of the neighbourhood's identity. Therefore, I do not support the recommended motion to declare 3 Lona Close as surplus.
Thank you, Councillor Awasti. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Cosgriff.
Well, I rise to, thank you, Mayor. I rise to make substantially the same point as before, which is that this, the question of this pocket park isn't to be considered in isolation from all of the assets of the city with regards to recreation. And I note that despite the contributions from Councillor Kaur, Councillor Metcalf outlining the various other, goat trails and, green spaces, etc., that there is actually like a neighbourhood level play space a 15-minute walk away, which, in the Whipstick it's not the case for most of the Whipstick. I just had a quick look on Google Maps, and the difference, the distance between the Mulgabill play space and Evergreen Terrace in Jackass Flat is 3 times that at 45 minutes, and there's nothing in between except a golf course, which is obviously not appropriate for the kiddies. So that's what we're talking about here when we're talking about like the equity of the distribution of these funds. We have to weigh, that usage in that part of town versus the other green spaces that do exist there and the purposes that they could be put to. And so I think viewing it in those terms and viewing and understanding that we have limited resources in terms of our ability to maintain these spaces, that actually I really cannot justify supporting this motion. Oh, and sorry, in reference to a question that Councillor McIlra raised earlier about what is socialism, all I will say is there's nothing too good for the working class.
Thank you, Councillor Cosgriff. Any other movers to this motion? Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. It is no secret that equitable access to housing, particularly affordable housing, is a very large, very difficult and likely very expensive problem to resolve. But it is also one of the primary problems of our time, and Council cannot and must not shirk its role in resolving it, because access to appropriate housing is in the interest of all our residents and is thus, as well as being a strategic priority in its own right, also enables much better outcomes on many other strategic priorities like health, our economy and educational outcomes. Now, I'm under no illusion that Council can resolve the housing crisis on its own, but we must do our part, and making land available for infill is something that we can do, and I believe we must do. I also agree with Councillor Cosgriff that equitable access to public open space is a vital priority for our Council and must always guide our decisions. So turning to Lona Close. In some ways, Lona Close is similar to the Strand in that it is a parcel about the size of a standard house block in an area that has a number of alternate public open spaces within walking distance. As such, the arguments I made in favour of declaring the Strand surplus could also be made in favour of doing the same at Lona Close. However, I do see that there is at least one crucial difference, and that has to do with housing density, which has already been mentioned, but I'm just going to reiterate. The houses on Lona Close are built on much smaller blocks than those in the Strand and in many other parts of our municipality, and all of them face the large open space in the centre of the Close. I do not think it's unreasonable to say that this development was designed very much with an intention that the parcel we are discussing would act as a communal front yard, backyard for the residents. As such, to my mind, the strategic value of this space is higher than others we have considered, as it demonstrates how higher density housing can be achieved while maintaining amenity for residents. And if it was disposed of and built upon, the impact of the amenity loss would, in my view, be greater than in other areas. I also agree with Councillor Metcalfe and Councillor Corr and possibly others that the quality of the nearby reserves to Lona Close is not comparable to the facilities such as the Ross Park Playground, which I mentioned earlier is the nearest facility to the Strand.
Councillor Harrell, you will require an extension of time.
Yep.
Moved by Councillor Cosgrove, second by Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you.
All those for?
Yep. Sorry.
Carried. Please continue.
Got ahead of myself there. So I do have to say that public ownership of land such as this is not my preferred model, as most of the benefit accrues to those who live in the same street or at least nearby. But I'm not comfortable that declaring Lona Close as surplus will lead to an optimal strategic outcome at this time, and therefore I will oppose the declaration and the recommended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrell. Just your microphone, thanks. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor McElrath.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. Equitable. That seems to be the key word here. Is it equitable to take away an open space that has been enjoyed by the community since the subdivision was constructed, in the hope that to do this would and to create another space for another unknown area with unknown people? I don't think it is. There's no equity in taking away a space from people that are currently using it. When I attended the site yesterday, I actually saw John Hamilton come out of his property. He was doing some chores. And I actually approached him and said, I'm not sure who you are, because I hadn't met him before. We had a discussion. I met with Kay, and we had some good discussion about what that space means to him. And that space means community. It means connection. It's important to the people within that area. They've been using it for years now. It's where they go to meet. You know, if we take that away, we take away their community. We take away their connection. They're no longer going to have that area where they go to meet, to socialise, you know, to go for walks. I can't for the life of me understand why we would take away such an important piece of land from people who are using it. Now, if something was to be built on it, the safety consultant in me has a look at it and goes, holy crap, there's going to be an accident. No doubt. There will be, pedestrians will be struck. The roads are so narrow. If they're not struck, if someone's reversing out, the car's going to be struck. So we've got massive safety concerns there. That plot of land was never designed to be built on, and by building on it, There's limited view. It is just not a suitable location for anything but what it's currently being used for. The residents look after it. They have never seen the council come around so much to actually mow it as what they have since it's become open for us to have a discussion about. Before that, they actually have a roster of how often people will go and mow the lawn. They look after it, they tend to it, they care for it. To take this away from them would be a travesty. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McElrath. Councillor Spong, in summing up.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. I'd have to apologise for tonight because my computer crashed 4 hours prior to the meeting tonight, and I've lost all my work. All the preparation for tonight, yes, all gone. But however, in summing up, I'd like to clear up the matter tonight that Councillor Metcalfe has pointed out. Yes, I am opposed to this motion. I know a lot of the councillors around the table will know that I've been made my view reasonably clear. I didn't give a definite answer. Being in the position that I am, I'm not meant to come in here with a predetermined idea or decision. To listen to all the arguments, and I appreciate Councillor Cosgriff's arguments in regards to the city has a lot of surplus land, and yes, we have to accommodate for in selling off some of those assets to put into other areas of the municipality. However, I have to draw the line when it comes to open space, especially if it serves the community, and especially in this case where the community has advocated quite heavily, like the Strand, in trying to preserve their way of life and community. I would like to ask my fellow councillors to give the residents of Lona Close and Spring Gully an early Christmas present and allow them to keep their open space within their community. I'm going to hold up this. That's what I had to look at tonight, and that was not only some good-looking palm trees there, but it's what the residents see when they look out their front door, and that's their retreat, their getaway, their mental health and well-being.
Councillor Spong, you will require an extension of time.
Councillor Prince?
Yes.
That's incorrect, because you do not get an extension of time in summing up.
My apologies, yes. Summing up is simply summing up.
Point of order.
Thank you for that. I will now put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Councillor Cosgriff. All those opposed? Councillor Wasty, Councillor Spong, Councillor Corr, Councillor Chatley, Councillor McElrath, Councillor Metcalfe, Councillor Hurrell and Councillor Prince. The motion is defeated. I would now take this moment to actually have a short adjournment, just with the length of this meeting. So I'll allow for 5 minutes for a quick respite, quick water, quick toilet, and we'll be back in 5.
I'm a large
You'll have to come to the party.
Oh, get out of the road, yeah.
So you don't need a comment.
Well, I think I've got so much now. I don't know.
Thank you, everyone. I'll ask you to please take your seats. If your intention is to leave now, I suggest take that opportunity because we're looking to recommence the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for that indulgence. Back to the meeting. We have recommended motion number 9 before us. Do I have someone to move this motion? Councillor Chatley. Someone a second? Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Chatley.
I move the recommended motion 9. 1. The Council declares 3-4 Lindsay Court, Strathfield Say as surplus to the city's needs. Do I get to speak? Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I stand here tonight to express my unequivocal opposition to the motion to declare the land as surplus. Let's be clear. This is not just a patch of grass. This is a community asset, recognized as public open space on residents' land titles, embedded in their planning history of the neighborhood, and relied upon by the people who live around it. The idea that this land is surplus is not only inaccurate, it's offensive to the residents who have fought for years to see it maintained, respected, and preserved.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes, Councillor
I
Howell,
find
please
the characterisation that this motion, that this is, I forget the exact words used, but it is offensive to be a reflection on the officers who prepared it, and I believe that such a reflection on their professionalism is disorderly.
Councillor Chatley, I do tend to agree. I understand that you're passionate about this and representing it, but I do request that you be a little bit more respectful with the words we're using. Thank you.
There is no negotiation with respect to executive team's work, as I initially recognised that...
Sorry, just to clarify,
Yes.
It's not something we can actually debate. So if you are actually respecting that you're perhaps actually on the same side of this conversation, then it just might be around selecting some better words.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's fine. I'll just have to find out where it was. The idea that the land is surplus is not only inaccurate, it's not appropriate or in favour to the residents who have fought for it for years to see it maintained, respected, and preserved. The community has spoken loudly and consistently. Across 2 rounds of consultations, over 100 submissions were received. In the most recent round, 43 out of 44 submissions opposed the sale. This is not a statistical anomaly. This is a mandate. Nearby reserves have been cited as justification for disposals, but let's be honest, they are not comparable. Let's talk about cost. The annual maintenance for Lindsay Court is estimated at just $10,000. That's a fraction of what we spend elsewhere. And yet the community has stepped up. The Lions Club is ready to help. Fossils are ready to maintain it. Strathfield Say Community Enterprise is exploring funding. Residents have submitted a plan for a low-maintenance nature reserve and community garden. This is not a burden, it is an opportunity. And what do we risk by selling it? Increased traffic on narrow streets, loss of green space, erosion of trust, and a permanent scar on the neighborhood that was built around this open space. This is not just a planning decision, it's a test of our values as well. Do we listen to our residents? Do we honor the intent of past planning decisions? Do we support grassroots community actions when it's offered? I urge all the fellow councillors, rejection to the motion. Retain 3-4 Lindsay Court. Show the community that their voice matters, their efforts are valued, and the neighbourhood is worth protecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chatley. Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mayor. I disagree with Councillor Chatley. I actually support this recommended motion before us to declare 3 to 4 Lindsay Court, Strathfield, say, a surplus to the city's needs. It is Zone General Residential Zone. It is a substantial block of land. This is not a small piece of land. We're talking in excess of an acre here, 4,000 square metres. So it is a substantial parcel of land that could be developed for housing. The issue around that Councillor Chatley has talked about, the increased traffic on narrow streets, that would be addressed if it gets sold and it gets to a planning permit stage. Those matters would have to be addressed then. The offer of support from the community is fine, but at some stage that offer might not be there, because when we're talking about people who are offering to support, who are of an older generation, and I'm sure they won't mind me saying that, but it is. There will come a time that they may not be able to provide that support, and then that support that will then fall back to the city to be able to do that. As I said, the zoning of the land identifies its purpose. There is a neighbourhood standard play space 200 metres away with connected walking tracks, which is different to Lona Close, which I believed had unusable open space close by. And I would say Strathfield Say is an area that has substantial green open space for residents to be able to access it. So I actually support this declaration.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Thank you, Councillor Osti.
Thank you, Mayor. As I have voted for the Strand and Lona Close as parcels of land to not be declared surplus. Lindsay Court, however, has a different context, and different context in two ways. Number one, the size, and number two, the proximity to alternate sites and access to those alternate sites in a safe manner, whether by a bike or whether by a walk. I recognise, as Councillor Chatley said, our community engagement has resulted in about 50 submissions, or approximately 50 submissions, and I thank everyone who have taken time to provide feedback and reached out. I wish to note, and I think so, Councillor Metcalfe already has mentioned that Lindsay Court parcel of land is over 4,000 square metres located in a general residential zone with no overlays, which is different to any designation as public open space on any mapping system. It has always been zoned residential, and it is a significant size land with adequate open spaces nearby, such as Clyde Park Court space, play space, which is less than 200 metres away. As I weigh in all the perspective for my decision, I believe this land does not hold the same unique community value and character as the Strand or Lona Close, and has a potential for a residential development or any other suitable development. Therefore, I do support the recommended motion to declare 3-4 Lindsay Court as surplus.
Thank you, Councillor Awasti. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Cole.
Thank you. I completely understand why residents value this 4,300 square metres of open land. From the feedback, it's clear this space is appreciated and used. However, when we look at the broader picture, Strathfield Say, as Councillor Metcalfe already said, is in the open space strategy as well, being well serviced with green space. There is actually also a playground just 150 metres away at Clydebank Court play space, and importantly, you don't need to cross a busy road to get there. That's a significant difference compared to other situations we've discussed today. And I also note that the land is zoned general residential, and it means its intended purpose aligns with housing rather than long-term open space. While I respect the sense of community that may exist here, and I do encourage residents to continue nurturing that, The difference here for me is the size of the land and the proximity to the Clydebank Court, and the fact that this nearby space already provides an opportunity for gatherings and connection. If there is a strong community here, it should be an easy transition to move activities to Clydebank Court. Therefore, I support the motion for Lindsay Court to be declared surplus land to the city's needs.
Thank you, Councillor Kaur. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate why Lindsay Court has been included in the list for consideration as potentially surplus, as it is in a part of Strathfield Say that is well served with public open space, and the arguments that have been made as to equity of access, the need for infill housing and prudent financial management apply here. The point made about safer access to nearby public open space that has been made by other councillors is also well made and persuasive. If there were no other considerations, I may well be persuaded that it should be declared surplus. However, Lindsay Court is a different kind of parcel to others that have been discussed tonight, as others have mentioned, being more than 5 times larger than the other urban properties we have discussed, around about an acre in size. As such, it potentially could be utilised for a different kind of outcome than those other places, and indeed the Kids Undercover group has suggested they could utilise it for a housing project. While I acknowledge that the report suggests that there are other publicly owned spaces and places that may be preferred for housing projects of this nature, I do not feel that I have sufficient information as yet to definitely determine that Lindsay Court is not and will not be required for a strategic housing partnership or project of this type. Thus, I believe that it is not yet time to declare Lindsay Court as surplus, and for that reason I will oppose the motion at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. I'll just sort of note that, ironically, this of the 3 contentious lots, I believe, is the only one of a sufficient size to actually make a decent park. But that comment to one side, I do want to underline and agree with the comments made by Councillor Kaur and Councillor Metcalfe, with regards to the accessibility of, and Councillor Hurrell as well, even though he disagreed with the motion in the end, of the accessibility of other open green spaces. I think if it's not the case that a park 150 metres away with not even a road between them is not enough to constitute access to an appropriate green space for the children to play in, then I don't know what would. And so I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cosgrove. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor McElrath.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. When I grew up in a small town of Carisbrook, when you get home from school, you get changed, you go for a walk outside, and your mum would always say, "Be back when the lights come on." Now, we don't live in those times anymore. Now we need to be able to actually see where our children are. This space in Lindsay Court is exactly that for these people. Their kids come home, they're able to go out onto the parkland there and play, have fun. In fact, yesterday when I went there, I was really happy to see a group of kids having a kick of the football with some homemade goalposts that they put at one end of the block of land. And I looked at that and went, geez, that reminds me of back when I was, back in Carisbrook, a simpler time. And I thought, if we start taking that away, those kids are going to lose that connection. They're going to lose their friendship group. So, yeah, there may be other spaces, but they're not suitable spaces. They're not their spaces. And, yeah, those kids may not be there in 10 years' time, but there might be other kids there that are going to use that same space. They're going to do the same thing. They're going to build jumps. They're going to actually have fun. They're going to be kids out being active. How about we take our hands off that, let the kids be active, and just let the community be? We want connection. We want connectivity. but we're taking that away if we take away this space from them. Yes, it's a big plot of land. It means that kids can do a lot of stuff on a big plot of land and be kids. The community, when I spoke to some of the residents, they said that they go out there. They actually have barbecues out on the block. They actually enjoy it. We take away that connection, we take away that community. We pride ourselves on being inclusive in this council. Taking this away takes away that inclusivity. The people in Lindsay Court will not be or feel as though they're being included. This is a simple decision to make. Yes, it's emotional, and I know that, but people are using it. It's not like it's a wasted space. We've got plenty of other space elsewhere where we can do these housing projects that people want to do or want to look at. Hands off that one, leave it be, just let them be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McElrath. I'll ask if there's any other speakers to this motion. Councillor Chatley, in summing up.
Just a little addition to my view, let's be honest that the nearby reserves are not comparable. Clydebank was developed without input from Lindsay Court residents and sees limited use. Emu Creek is inaccessible. Ellsworth Drive is flood basin. They are not valuable alternatives. Hence, I do not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chatley. And with that, I'll put this motion to a vote. Those for? Councillor Wasty, Councillor Corr, Councillor Metcalfe, Councillor Cosgriff, Councillor Prince. Those against? Councillor Spong, Councillor Chatley, Councillor McElrath, Councillor Hurrell. And with that, the motion is carried. Before us now, we have the final recommended motion in 8.3, recommended motion number 10. Do I have a councillor to move that motion? Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor to second. Councillor Hurrell. Councillor Metcalfe.
The recommended motion before us is 1, for those sites declared to be surplus to the city's needs, that Council authorises the CEO to undertake the land assessment, preparation and disposal processes for the properties in recommendation 1 to 9 that are identified as surplus. 2, that the proceeds from any sale are deposited into the Public Space Reserve or the Land and Buildings Reserve in line with relevant policies. And 3, that the CEO provides an update on the before-mentioned parcels declared surplus to Council on a quarterly basis. In some respects, this recommendation is procedural. It's the what's next. We've made a decision on whether land is surplus. We're now saying to the CEO and the city, you have a role now to fulfil the work that we have voted on tonight for those lands that are declared surplus. So for me, as I said, I consider this, it's just procedural, it's the process that's got to be followed, and I ask councillors to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councillor Metcalfe that these authorisations are essential to put into action the decisions of Council tonight. Whatever we think of the individual decisions that have been made, they are the decisions of Council and they need to be acted upon. I therefore believe that this is an uncontroversial motion and certainly support it. I do wish to take this opportunity to thank my fellow councillors and the Mayor for their contributions to the debate and your actions in managing it on all of the sites we've considered. The members of the community, both who remain and who have been here during the evening, for the input into the consultation process, and councillors' officers for their professionalism and advice as I and we have wrestled with these issues that can be very difficult and require lots of support. So again, thank you to all of those people and I commend this motion to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Metcalfe, in summing up. Thank you. I'd like to put this motion to a vote. Those for? The Vote is carried unanimously. Councillors, governance rules set out a time limit for our meeting of 4 hours, which we are relatively nearing. The rules permit 2 extensions of 30 minutes. I would like to propose a procedural motion of an extension of time of an additional 30 minutes at this point. Do I have someone to move that motion? Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Someone a second? Councillor Corr. I'll put that to a vote. All those for? Passed unanimously. Thank you for your indulgence. All right, next in our meeting, we have item 8.4, the Domestic Animal Management Plan 2026 to 2029 and the Keeping of Animals Local Law. Do I have someone to move the recommended motion? Councillor Spong. Someone a second? Councillor Hurrell. Councillor Spong.
Thank you. The Council one note the submission receiving response to public exhibition to the draft documents. 2, adopt the Domestic Animal Management Plan 2026 to 2029. 3, adopt the Keeping of Animals Local Law. Don't anyone, fall off their chair. This is probably the first time I've ever spoken to a plan. This one is actually taking or piqued my interest, mainly because I recently got a new addition to my family, and it was very interesting reading, especially now that I take my little dog for a walk around Canterbury Park in Eaglehawk and Lake Waroona in the Waroona Ward. And I was especially impressed with the plan that promotes and encourages responsible pet ownership. Because I live in a rural area, there's not much responsibility of pet ownership that happens out there. But however, when you transition into the city, different rules apply, like picking up after your dog, keeping your dog on a leash, that sort of thing. The success of the 24-hour cat containment requirement, that's specifically important when it comes to our wildlife. And obviously with keeping your cats locked up 24 hours, or taking them out for a walk on a leash. I haven't yet seen that in Bendigo, but I would like to. It's definitely going to protect our wildlife. The listing of causes in regards to barking dog complaints and the reasonings behind it and how to manage it. So those for those people at home who go off to work and leave their dogs at home, in the actual plan it does list reasonings behind the behaviours of dogs left alone, as well as in ways how to mitigate that as well. Also ways to reduce dog attacks through desexing at an early age. Now, desexing animals is very important, especially around the behaviour and also around young children as well with dogs. So, yes, that's about it.
Thank you, Councillor Spong. Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to speak to second the motion to adopt the Domestic Animals Management Plan and the Keeping of Animals Local Law, which have been reviewed as required by law by council officers with input from the community and councillors. Turning first to the Domestic Animals Management Plan, which regulates the keeping of domestic cats and dogs within the city and is also known by the slightly unfortunate acronym DAMP, I note that there are no significant changes to the direction of this plan, but rather changes are focused on continuing the implementation of the previous initiatives, including cat containment and the keeping of dogs on leash throughout the city. When the DAMP first went out for consultation, I was interested to hear a conversation on ABC local radio where one presenter suggested she did not support cat containment. And there was an immediate flood of calls from members of the public who disagreed strongly and were very much in favour of keeping cats contained for the reasons that Councillor Spong, amongst others, have mentioned. I've also received some communications from members of the public who strongly support that dogs be kept on leash, except for designated off-leash areas, and who are keen for improved enforcement of this regulation. At the same time, I've also heard feedback received from the public about the importance of making sure those off-leash areas are suitable for owners as well as their pets and are reasonably available to people in all parts of the municipality. And I will undertake to ensure these matters stay front of mind for Council and the City. Turning now to the keeping of animals local law, I see that there was feedback received from the community on the suggestion that the keeping of roosters in urban areas should no longer be allowed, and that as a result of that feedback, the proposal was reversed and the current requirement for a permit to keep a rooster was reinstated. I think this is a good change and indicates the flexibility and the responsiveness of the City to our residents, and the changes to the requirements for issuing a permit are also reasonable. Together, I believe the damp and the keeping of animals local law strikes the right balance in a municipality that contains both a large urban city and its significant rural areas. I thank the officers who have reviewed them and members of the public who contributed their thoughts and opinions. I commend the motion to Council, and I look forward to receiving updates on the implementation of the damp and keeping of animals local law going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mayor. It's well known that owning a pet brings significant benefits. Pets can improve their owner's health by reducing stress, anxiety and depression. They ease loneliness, encourage exercise and playfulness, and even support cardiovascular health. Caring for an animal can help children grow up more secure and active. Pets also provide valuable companionship for older adults. For these reasons, I'm pleased to speak to this item tonight. Having an adopted domestic animal management plan is a high priority for Council. Councils must submit a DAMP to the Secretary every 4 years, and the 26-29 DAMP must be submitted by the 4th of December 25. The local law too will automatically be revoked on the 1st of August 2026. So it's a priority that we have a replacement local law that regulates and controls activities associated with the keeping of animals to ensure municipal amenity is protected. The objective of this local law is to regulate and control the keeping of animals, birds and poultry to protect general amenity. It's appropriate that we actually have both of these out and voted on together. If approved tonight, the local law will commence on the 1st of January 2026. And both the DAMP and local law too have undergone community consultation, and I thank all submitters for their input. The feedback on the DAMP mostly related to animal hoarding, particularly cats, and the City continues active work to reduce cat numbers through its community cat desexing program and by ensuring all cats and kittens adopted from bark are desexed. The management of domestic animals in public spaces. In the 23-24 financial year, there were 642 reports of dogs at large, dog rushes or dog attacks in the municipality. This is why we are a Dogs on Leash Council, except for the designated off-leash areas. Planning for dog parks. These facilities are very popular and their locations are generally identified by the local community in areas experiencing residential growth. There was also commentary around resourcing for surveillance and enforcement. Councillor Hurrell has mentioned about the majority of feedback on the local law was around removing the permit requirements for roosters, and after considering the feedback, the permit requirement for keeping roosters in residential areas has been reinstated. And I agree with Councillor Hurrell, the additional amendments to ensure the criteria for assessing poultry-related permit applications are appropriate and well considered. I want to acknowledge the City staff who undertake compliance work relating to the DAMP and the keeping of animals local law. I want to acknowledge the staff at Bark who proactively check and microchip dogs at places like dog parks and the Livestock Exchange enabling lost dogs to be reunited with their owners.
Councillor Metcalfe, you will require an extension of time. Moved by Councillor Cosgriff, seconded by Councillor Awasti. Those for, motion carried. Please continue.
I also want to acknowledge the foster carers who support Bark by caring for young kittens and helping dogs develop the socialisation skills needed for adoption. You are all professionals, and I know this work often pulls at the heartstrings. A special mention goes to Fra from Bark, who for the second consecutive year has received the 2025 Australian Institute of Animal Management Leader of the Year Award. Fra is recognised for driving positive change, setting new standards and inspiring those around her. So well done, Fra. I agree with Councillor Hurrell. I'm looking forward to the annual reporting that will happen, and it'll be public reporting, so it's likely to come here. And I believe it's a good practice for the city to actually review its plans. We are also committed to exploring incentives for responsible pet ownership and ongoing professional development for staff in this area. I hope that the councillors here will support this recommendation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. I'll ask if there's any other speakers to this motion. Councillor Awasti.
Thank you, Mayor Prince. Can I start by acknowledging and thanking the city staff for all the work undertaken. I remember motion for the draft plan going through the council a few months back, and it's wonderful to see the consultation happen and this product in front of us. The Domestic Animal Management Plan sets out our vision, or the community's vision, for responsible pet ownership and animal welfare across the city. The plan ensures compliance with the Domestic Animals Act and focuses on improving safety and promoting education. As already mentioned, the key priorities include increasing pet registration, identification, and delivering targeted education campaigns for schools and community groups in general. Keeping of animals local law, which sets out clear limits on the number of animals per property and strengthens enforcement against roaming cats and dangerous dogs. Community feedback has been clear. The residents want stricter controls on roaming cats, more off-leash areas for dogs, and a focus on education rather than penalties. This plan reflects those priorities and includes annual reviews that already has been mentioned and reporting to track progress through measurable indicators like registration rates and complaints reduction. By adopting this plan, we as a council, we are committing to a safer, more responsible and animal-friendly community. I recommend the motion to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Awasti. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Spong, in summing up.
Yes, Mayor Prince. Just want to re-emphasise as Councillor Awasti and Councillor Metcalfe said, our appreciation for the hard work that our city staff at Bark do, and also the staff that were behind all the hard work that they've put into this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spong. And with that, I'll put this motion to a vote. Those for? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 8.5, procurement policy and CEO delegation. I have a recommended motion before us. Do I have someone to move it? Councillor Hurrell. Someone to second? Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you. I move that Council adopts the revised 2025 procurement policy in accordance with Section 108, Part 6 of the Local Government Act, and approves the updated Section 5 instrument of delegation from Council to the CEO, and authorises Council Officer to take necessary administrative steps to have the instrument signed by the CEO and Mayor. As well as being a requirement under the Local Government Act, a procurement policy is a very important document for any municipality. Every year, indeed every day, there are many tasks that have to be undertaken by council for the comfort, convenience and safety of the public. Lawns have to be mowed, tulips have to be planted and then removed, roads have to be maintained, food safety laws have to be enforced, and as we've just heard, the keeping of animals has to be regulated, and our many assets have to be maintained and renewed. It is my belief that some of these tasks are best performed by workers directly employed by the city using city-operated equipment, especially those tasks where there is a constant or near constant pipeline of work, but others require skills and equipment that are beyond the capacity of the city to maintain. A perfect example is the recent renewal of the tram tracks in Pall Mall, which is a specialised job that requires specialised workers and equipment, but which we simply would not have enough work to justify maintaining such a specialised workforce within the city. So we do need to contract with private providers to do such work, and that's where a procurement policy is essential, to ensure that the city and ultimately the people who live here get the results that they expect from these contracts. The procurement policy thus lays out principles, standards and rules for the staff who develop and evaluate council contracts, requiring the highest standards of ethics, accountability and transparency, and promote the council's priorities with regards to social, economic and environmental sustainability, local content and value for money. The policy we're considering today has been through an extensive process of development and consultation, and I'm pleased to say I'm satisfied that the policy as presented is fit for purpose and aligned with the best interests of the people of Greater Bendigo. The second document we're considering in this motion is the instrument of delegation to the CEO. This document is also essential to ensure the smooth and effective working of the City of Greater Bendigo, while maintaining the role of Council to provide strategic decision-making, governance, oversight and accountability. The opening words, that the CEO is delegated to do any act, take any decision or decide anything that Council is empowered to do, are a little daunting. But what follows is a comprehensive list of restrictions that maintain an appropriate balance between the effective leadership of the organisation and ensuring that representatives of residents maintain control over the governance of our municipality. Importantly, the list of exclusions includes anything that the Council by resolution reserves for itself, so the power of the people by their representatives is ultimately preserved. I'm satisfied the instrument has been properly prepared with due diligence and expertise, and I'm therefore supportive of its adoption. I commend the motion to Council, and in view of the time that is running away, I will just briefly thank everybody who has contributed to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Councillor Metcalfe.
The Council must review its procurement policy at least once every 4-year Council term, and this review has now been completed. The policy has been examined by the Executive Leadership Team, councillors, the Audit and Risk Committee, our First Nations groups, and has also been out for public consultation. The updated policy aligns with the Local Government Act 2020, which sets the required review cycle, and with the 2024 Victorian Local Government Best Practice Procurement Guidelines. 9 submissions were received during public feedback, with most focusing on the need to support local businesses and emphasise local spending, an emphasis strongly supported by councillors as well. I want to acknowledge the City staff for running workshops with local contractors this year on how to use the procurement system and become approved providers. I know I've also referred several local businesses to the procurement team for advice on joining panel contracts. For those listening, local content refers to suppliers based in the Greater Bendigo municipality and the neighbouring municipalities of Loddon, Mount Alex, Anda, Campaspe, Macedon Ranges and Central Goldfields. Where applicable, local content can be expanded to include metropolitan Victoria, regional Victoria or all of Australia. We've been very clear and specific about this definition. And based on feedback from the Executive Leadership Team and the Audit and Risk Committee, amendments have been made to financial delegations. These changes are now linked to specific roles or positions, recognising the differing responsibilities of managers across the organisation rather than applying a blanket increase to all managers. The Audit and Risk Committee also recommended reordering parts of the policy to improve its flow, bringing forward the purpose, scope and legislative context to give users a clearer understanding of the policy's intent. Importantly, there are strong controls in place, risk-based procurement processes, audit trails and system controls that ensure compliance. The policy includes a section on insurance, monitoring, review and audit, setting out how compliance and reporting requirements flow to the Executive Leadership Team and the Audit and Risk Committee. And at each council meeting, you see a public report on contracts awarded. The city's spending is scrutinised both internally and externally. The S5 instrument of delegation has also been updated using the latest template from Maddox Lawyers. This instrument provides the CEO with the overarching delegation needed for the organisation to operate effectively and fulfil the Council's statutory responsibilities. This updated instrument incorporates changes to the CEO's financial delegations so that it aligns with the revisions to the procurement policy. This is why both items are being presented for adoption together tonight. I encourage councillors to support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Awasti.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Harrell and Councillor Metcalfe, for your contributions. I'll try to be brief. Can I reflect that a robust procurement policy is essential for good governance, and as it ensures transparency, accountability, and compliance with legislative requirements. By setting clear financial thresholds and ethical standards, the policy safeguards public funds, promotes fair competition, and delivers value for money. It also strengthens community trust by demonstrating integrity and responsible decision-making in all purchasing activities. The updated or the revised 2025 procurement policy will not only meet our current legislative requirements and best practice, but in particular it will enhance transparency in our procurement processes, provide clarity on value for money principles, and encourage ethical behaviour and management of conflict of interest. Also, the updated S5 instrument of delegation from Council to the CEO will ensure efficient decision-making while maintaining accountability and providing clear directions. Therefore, I recommend the motion to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Awasti. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Harrell, in summing up.
Thank you. I'll just briefly thank Councillor Metcalfe and Councillor Awasti for their contributions. Councillor Metcalfe's contribution in particular covered a lot of ground that I was not able to in my contribution, so I think that was very helpful. So thank you very much. I again emphasise that this may well be for many people a very dry and not very interesting part of Council's work, but it is really important, and I thank everybody for their contributions to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrell. I'll now put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Item 8.6, Quarterly Finance and Capital Management Report, Quarter 1, September 2025. Do I have someone to move the recommended motion? Councillor Chatley. Someone a second? Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Chatley.
I move the recommended motion that Council 1 receives the report comparing budget and annual revenues and expenses to September 30th, 2025 in accordance with the requirements of the Local Government Act 2020. Thank you, Mayor. I'll certainly start by saying that I'm very grateful and I always appreciate all the work done by the ELT in every perspective, and that is never negotiable. Any unintended word cannot negotiate that. If we doubt your work, it means we are doubting our decision. We cannot make a rational decision without your this extensive work. We are newly elected councillors. We wouldn't be able to run the role without your work. So I congratulate and I'm very grateful for the works you guys have been providing to us. Thank you. Back to the motion. The Q1 Finance and Capital Management report shows our city is in exceptionally strong financial position. We have delivered a surplus of $123.2 million, which is 13.9 mils above budget, a clear sign of prudent financial management. This result is driven by 11.5 million in additional grants, 1.5 mils operating and 9.7 million capital, and significant cost saving of 0.8 million in employees' cost and 3 million in materials and services. Our capital works program of $97.6 million is 88% externally funded, ensuring major projects are delivered without placing extra burden on ratepayers. Borrowing remained low at $9.1 million, and even with the increased depreciation, we forecast a $50.9 million comprehensive surplus. Why I support this motion and this report is, A, it protects ratepayers by leveraging external funding. It maintains strong liquidity and minimal debt, enables delivery of major projects without financial risk, demonstrate responsible governance and community investment. It positions Bendigo for longer-term sustainability. I urge my fellow councillors to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chatley. Councillor Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mayor. If calendar years seem to fly by, the same is certainly true of financial years. And tonight we're reviewing the budget and actual revenues and expenses through to the 30th of September 2025. Once again, this highlights the level of scrutiny applied to how the city spends the money it receives, primarily through rates and grants. And in line with Section 97 of the Local Government Act, this information must be presented at a public meeting each quarter. Councillor Chatley has talked about the city's borrowings at 30 September being $9.1 million. And even though we budgeted a further $10.4 million for the 25-26 financial year, this is not currently planned to draw down on these borrowings. This means that when borrowing does become necessary, our debt base will be even smaller. The city considers borrowings very carefully, our cash holdings remain strong, and we continue to be a very fiscally responsible council. Councillor Chatley has referred to the Capital Works program, and during the first quarter, project delivery teams finalised schedules and forecasts, resulting in Capital Works delivery target of $63.7 million for the year. At the end of Q1, $26 million is forecast to be carried into the next financial year, and this often reflects the need for more detailed design work or just simply the timing of construction. And often the timing of grants or payments, such as the fine or fire services levy payment, which was accrued last financial year but paid in this one, can significantly affect quarterly reporting. And while ANZ may run Falcon ads to highlight fraud protection, I want to assure residents that in the City of Greater Bendigo, our income and expenses are watched like a hawk and reported to councillors regularly. I have absolute confidence in the work of the executive leadership team and of Narelle and the finance team and their thorough scrutiny of the city's revenue and expenditure. My thanks to them, and I recommend this report to councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Chatley, in summing up.
Nothing further to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Item 8.7 in our agenda, update to instrument of delegations. I have a recommended motion before us. Do I have someone to move that motion? Councillor Kaur. Someone to second? Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Kaur.
Just the recommended motion that Council approve the attached updated S6 Instrument of Delegation, approve the attached S11A Instrument Appointment and Authorisation, Planning and Environment Act 1987, and authorise council officers to take the necessary administrative steps to incorporate the approved amendments and have the instrument signed by the CEO as new versions. Each instrument will come into force immediately upon being executed. I don't have much to say, just that this is just a standard work that needs to be undertaken, and there's nothing revolutionary or overly that needs to be explained. And in the interest of time, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Corr. Councillor Metcalfe.
The instrument of delegation is a substantial document, 186 pages in total. It clearly identifies the specific roles held by council staff, such as statutory planners and environmental health officers, which require delegations from councillors directly to those staff. These legislative powers are set out in the S6 instrument of delegation from councils to members of council staff and must be formally approved by council at a council meeting. This process makes sense. It ensures staff have the authority they need to carry out the duties they are trained and qualified to perform. We follow this approach because some legislation includes its own specific delegation provisions, which take precedence over the CEO's general sub-delegation powers under the Local Government Act. There are references also to the Road Management General Regulations 2016, Residential Tenancy Regulations 2024, for example, and the updated S6 instrument of delegation also reflect legislative and organisational changes. It is a comprehensive list which explains the length of the document. The S11A instrument of appointment and authorisation under the Planning and Environment Act gives the CEO authority to delegate powers to the officers named. So under section 1474 of the Planning and Environment Act 1987, authorising officers to carry out duties, functions and powers under that Act, and under section 313 of the Local Government Act 2020, authorising officers, either generally or for specific cases, to institute proceedings for offences under the Acts and regulations listed in the instrument. I support this recommendation and ask councillors to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Are there any other speakers to this motion? In that case, Councillor Corr, in summing up, nothing further. In that case, I'll now put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Item 8.8, Council meeting dates 2026. We have a recommended motion before us. Do I have someone to move that motion? Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Someone to second? Councillor Cosgrove. Councillor Metcalfe.
Recommended motion is that Council endorse the 2026 Council meeting dates as outlined in this report. And item 6.61 of Council's governance rules requires that at or before the last Council meeting of each calendar year, Council must schedule the date, time and place of all Council meetings for the following year. It is proposed that the Council meeting dates from February 26 through to December 26 be adopted. There is no Council meeting scheduled for January. The dates follow the usual pattern of meetings being held on the third Monday of each month, although I feel like it could be Tuesday morning, by the way, when we finish. Once adopted, the schedule will be published on the City of Greater Bendigo website and made available at the customer service centres. I ask councillors to support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Cosgrove.
I reserve my right.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Metcalfe, in summing up. Agreed. I will now put this motion to a vote. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Item 8.9, contracts awarded under delegation. We've got a recommendation before us. Do I have someone to move that? Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Someone to second? Councillor Spong. Councillor Metcalfe.
The recommended motion is that Council note the contracts awarded under delegation during the previous reporting period. I speak to this item because of the number of contracts that have been awarded and the number of businesses, 19 in total, that have received them. This report publicly lists the contracts awarded under delegation. Earlier tonight, we approved new delegation limits under the procurement policy, and this reporting provides an additional layer of transparency for our community about which businesses are being awarded work from the city and on what basis. The report also references panel contract arrangements where multiple suppliers are eligible to deliver the work. As we know, the procurement policy aims to share opportunities across those suppliers. It's a good news story, one that is rarely shouted from the rooftops. I hope my fellow councillors will join me in doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Spong.
Yes, Councillor Metcalfe, I am shouting, and that's about it.
Thank you, Councillor Spong. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Councillor Hurrell.
Thank you, Mayor. We've not long ago considered and approved the delegations of council to the city. This report is one way in which council officers are accountable and transparent to councillors and through us to the community for decisions made under those delegations. I'm satisfied these contracts have been awarded according to the council's policies and delegations, and I'm happy to support the motion to note them.
Thank you, Councillor Hurrell. Are there any other speakers to this motion? In that case, as Councillor Metcalfe, in summing up?
Not required.
Thank you, Councillor Metcalfe. I'll put this motion to a vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Seeing as there is no urgent business and no notice of motions before us, we'll move on to the Mayor's report. And I'll try and keep this quick. 1 week into the job, and I've got a report already. As far as my report goes, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the outgoing Mayor, Councillor Metcalfe, and her performance in the last month as well. Councillor Metcalfe has met with representatives from different groups such as Healthy Greater Bendigo Partnerships Group, the Gone On Rec Reserve, Bendigo Sustainability Group, Regional Cities Victoria, Central Victorian Greenhouse Alliance. The list really does go on. She also attended a lot of different celebrations, whether it was at the Gone On Primary School, Lockwood CFA, Deepa Valley, Vegetarian Festival. Again, the list just keeps going on. This list only scratches the surface of Councillor Metcalfe's contributions over the last few weeks. However, it's also a really good example of how she served our community as the Mayor over the last 4 years. A list like this can help grow awareness of some of these things that you've done, Councillor Metcalfe. However, many will never know how much you've actually undertaken through the active service that you've provided our community. And to do so while introducing 8 new councillors to their roles has been greatly appreciated around this table. As far as myself goes, in this last week I've tried to hit the ground running. I've helped turn a sod for the stage 1 of North Bendigo's Pavilion project. I've attended Remembrance Day, met with Strathfield School Council, door-knocked CBD residences and popped into the View Street traders regarding issues that they've cared about. I've attended the National Road Conference that we've hosted, and might I say, all that attended absolutely fell in love with our town hall, and what a great asset that we have there. I talked Bendigo's growth with Bernard Salt and met with Honourable Catherine King MP, and had a chance to also join the VLGA for their AGM. And to top off the end of my week, I opened the Bendigo Canoe Club Frank Fraser Friendly Sprints and 5 to 10k championships held at Lake Roona. It's been a long meeting, so I'll leave it at that, but I do look forward to presenting you with a full report next time, but I will warn you, it may sound a little different next time. We'll move on to the CEO's report. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor Prince, and well done on tonight. Has been a long meeting, and congratulations, councillors. You're almost at that 12-month mark too in your term. It's 26th of November 2024 was when you were sworn in, so you're getting very close to 12 months. So well done on getting through year 1. As been said tonight, congratulations to Councillor Prince and to Councillor Kaur on behalf of the executive and staff. We look forward to supporting you in your roles over this next year. And again, thank you to our outgoing Mayor, Councillor Metcalfe, on behalf of the staff. You've been a great advocate and supporter of the work the city staff have done over your 4 years as Mayor and 9 years as Councillor, so thank you very much for that. In addition to a couple of the other things that have been mentioned tonight, we did have the opportunity to hear Bernard Salt talk around Bendigo's growth and help really get people energised and excited about how we're going to grow as a city and why we should all be excited about the city. And then we had the opportunity to talk about our obligation to the community around making sure that we grow in a sustainable way, in a way that's not just about infrastructure, but it's also about people. And so we'll have a great chance over the next 6 months to work on Bendigo 2050 in conjunction with other partners from the city and people from within the community. So stay tuned for that. We had the Bendigo National Swap Meet in town over the weekend, which is an event that's been going for 15 years in Bendigo. Around 15,000 people come to that swap meet every year and are largely run by volunteer networks. So thanks very much to Neil Aythorne and his team for another successful event in Bendigo. And as been mentioned, we've had the tram track renewal works over the past month, which have been very well managed, very well undertaken, and the community and the local businesses, we just say thanks to them for their understanding while we made that happen. But 600 metres of track work that's been sitting there for around 100 years. It's been good to get that replaced, and it means that our iconic Bendigo tourist trams can continue to operate in a very safe manner. That's it for me, Yvonne.
Thank you, Andrew. On to item 13. Wowee. The confidential section 66 reports. We have a recommended motion before us. Do I have a councillor to move it? Councillor Corr, thank you. Someone a second? Councillor Metcalfe, Councillor Corr.
Just pass the motion that Council close the meeting to members of the public pursuant to section 66(2) of the Local Government Act 2020 to consider reports relating to private commercial information, being information provided by a business, commercial or financial undertaking that relates to trade secrets or, if released, would unreasonably expose the business, commercial or financial undertaking to disadvantage, and confidential meeting information being the records of meeting closed to the public under section 66(2).
Thank you. Councillor Metcalfe?
No, I think we can just move the motion.
So we go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. And with that motion, we come to the end of this meeting. For our audience, I'd like to thank you for your contributions, your interest, your investment in what happens in our great region. I'll ask you to find your way out so we can continue with the confidential business. And thank you for watching. Have a wonderful night.